Chapter 17, 27 Complicated and Confusing Destiny. Chapter 17, 27 Complicated and Confusing Destiny. In front of Yi Yuan, one name after another gradually lit up. The Tai-Ji diagram glimmered and faded indeterminately, yin-yang coexisting, revealing waves of the aura of great Tao. Yu Mingli's name actually emerged from the paper, and then was brought into the vortex by the Tai-Ji diagram's stream of light. In the end, Yu Mingli's name broke down, turning into motes of starlight, merging into the stream of light. Poor work! Suddenly, Jian Hongxiao tasted sweetness in his throat and spewed out a mouthful of blood mist, his entire person's aura instantly withering considerably. "Senior!" Yi Yuan turned pale with fright and shouted. Jian Hongxiao waved his hand and said, "I'm fine, continue," only to see him forcefully urge the profound spirit chaos formula, making the Tai-Ji diagram revolve once again. Yi Yuan's expression flickered several times. Taking a deep breath, he continued to silently read the few names. Following that, the other few people's names were also the same, finally merging into the Tai-Ji diagram, during which Jian Hongxiao vomited several large mouthfuls of blood in a row, seemingly aging many years all of a sudden. Yi Yuan could naturally tell that Jian Hongxiao suffered Heavenly Tao's backlash. His longevity was bound to be greatly damaged. He secretly resolved his heart that when his strength was attained in the future, he would definitely help Jian Hongxiao return to his prime. The light dissipated. Jian Hongxiao's divination finally ended. Yi Yuan hurriedly went over to help him up and said with concern, "Senior, are you all right?" Jian Hongxiao forcefully plucked his spirits up and said with a smile, "I'm fine. I won't die." Just divining a few names actually made this old man lose several tens of thousands of years of longevity. "Haha, if I divined your fate, this old man will probably immediately vomit blood and die. Emperor surmounting aura is truly terrifying." Jian Hongxiao's profound Tao attainments were exceedingly formidable. He had always been extremely confident in his own profound Tao strength too, but did not expect that this time it was just divining the whereabouts of a few people around Yi Yuan, and he suffered such backlash. The deduction this time, he even deliberately isolated Yi Yuan's aura and attempted to divine from other aspects, but the result was still so tragic. Jian Hongxiao could not imagine what the consequences would be if he directly divined Yi Yuan's fate. Emperor surmounting aura, what they shouldered was heaven-shocking destiny. He could not withstand it. Yi Yuan helped Jian Hongxiao onto the futon to sit down. Jian Hongxiao sized Yi Yuan up and suddenly said, "This old man is really curious just what little friend's fate will be like. It's just too bad that my strength is insufficient. Most likely, the one who can divine your fate is only the progenitor himself." To the Jian family's members, seeing someone with heaven-defying destiny was like Yi Yuan discovering a new kind of medicinal pill. That sort of curiosity was simply hard to suppress. Otherwise, Jian Ping also would not go and look at Yi Yuan's destiny because of a momentary curiosity back then. It was a pity that Yi Yuan's destiny was too strong. Even Jian Hongxiao could not divine it too. Regarding Yi Yuan's divinations, one must approach the subject in a roundabout manner. And this kind of difficulty, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Only Jian Hongxiao, this kind of powerhouse, had such strength. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hope that one day I can witness Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' divination arts." Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "Your words might really come true one day. This old man divined just now, your destiny is absolutely not simple. Even among emperors surmounting auras, it's also an extremely high-level existence." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked somewhat nervously, "Senior, wonder if there was any result?" Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said helplessly, have but also not considered have. This old man already exhausted. All my means, but I can only sense a little bit vaguely. Yi Yuan's heart turned slightly cold, and he said, Senior, please say. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, You don't have to be so nervous either. Looking at it now, the four of them are at least all still alive. One sentence made a boulder in Yi Yuan's heart landed on the ground. As long as the people were okay, everything was fine. What he was most worried about was the worst situation happening. Yi Yuan took a deep breath and said, Senior, please clarify. Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, just looking at what the divination shows. This girl called humanly is similarly S-H-I plus L'd by heaven's secrets. This old man can't see through. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he asked, What does this mean, Senior? Jian Hongxiao said, This old man judged that there might be several situations. The first one, that girlie obtained some kind of lucky chance, changing her fate heaven-defyingly, and her destiny is no longer what it was before. So heaven's secrets are S-H-I plus L'd. As for the second one, it's that someone deliberately concealed the aura on her body, making you unable to start finding. Of course, it's also possible that she's trapped inside some mystic realm, and that mystic realm can conceal heaven's secrets. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. If it was the first situation, it was still fine. But if it was the second and third kind of situation, that would be hard to say. Heaven's secrets were S-H-I plus L'd. Even Jian Hongxiao could not do anything too. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to find, he would not know where to start as well. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt his head swell up. The current situation completely set his expectations. In the past, he always had a plan ready to deal with situations. But this time, he really somewhat panicked. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Jian Hongxiao continued, Even though I'm unable to detect her situation, when I was deducing earlier, this old man faintly senses that your fate has yet to end, and will come a time when you meet again. Hearing this, Yi Yuan finally heaved a sigh in relief and said, Senior, then the rest. Jian Hongxiao said that primordial spirit, this old man deduced that he should be in a land of fire spirits currently. Presumably, it should be beneficial to him. Also, that girlie called Lure should be fine as well. Rather, this white light, this old man sensed a hint of ill omen. His current situation likely isn't good. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, What's wrong with white light? Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, Don't know, this is already this old man's limits. This old man can't divine an additional trace of information too. However, this old man can deduce that he should currently be in the demon divine region. Yi Yuan's face turned slightly grim, and he said, Looks like I have to make a trip to the demon divine region. Senior, can you be a little more precise? Jian Hongxiao smiled bitterly and said, This old man knows that the demon divine region is extremely big, but this is already this old man's limits. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, I got it. Finished talking, Yi Yuan slowly got up, bowed toward Jian Hongxiao, and said, Senior's grace, Yi Yuan engraves it in my heart. In the future, I'll definitely repay immensely. Jian Hongxiao waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, Looks like this old man overestimated my own strength. The things deduced currently are far fewer than what this old man expected previously. It's good that you don't mind. Yi Yuan said, How can this junior dare? Senior's divination is already of tremendous help to Junior. At least, Junior has a direction now. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knows that Senior's losses likely can't be made up for within 1,000 years. The next 100 battles arena will likely have to be postponed again. Jian Hongxiao's losses were clearly even greater than expected. He was currently very weak. It was likely hard to recover in 1,000 years. Looking at this, in order to help him this time, Jian Hongxiao expended a tremendous price. Chapter 17:28 Intercepting. Chapter 17:28 Intercepting. After Yi Yuan left, a middle-aged man walked into Jian Hongxiao's shabby room. Seeing Jian Hongxiao's appearance, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He hurriedly went up to support. If Yi Yuan was here, he would recognize that this middle-aged man was one of the 7 great celestial deity powerhouses who appeared that day. He was called Jian Chen, Jian Hongxiao's most trusted apprentice. "Master, are you okay?" Jian Chen asked concernedly. Jian Hongxiao waved his hand and said, This old bunch of bones won't die for the time being. But I didn't think that the heavenly Tao's backlash this time was actually so powerful." Jian Chen said with a resentful look, "Master, is doing so worth it?" Jian Hongxiao gave him a glance and said with a smile, "After Master came to be enlightened, I've long already severed the thought and planned to die old here. Who knew that before the 100 battles arena this time, this old man did a divination, and the matter actually had a turnaround?" Jian Chen's expression changed, and he said, "Could it be that this turnaround lies on that kid?" Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "Although this old man can't calculate Yi Yuan's numerology, I can divine my own fate. The divination shows that Master's affair has a turning point, but when Master wanted to continue divining in death, my own numerology was actually covered up by heavenly Tao. Connecting these two matters, isn't it confirmed with Yi Yuan?" Jian Chen had a look of astonishment and said with a disbelieving look, "Master, that kid is merely at the initial stage divine Lord realm. How many years and months do you have to wait for him? Moreover, your vitality is badly damaged right now, longevity taking a big dip. Can you wait until that day?" One had to know Jian Hongxiao already suffered heavenly Tao's backlash before this. He already suffered a huge loss in longevity to begin with, his realm falling drastically. This time, for Yi Yuan's sake, he suffered serious injuries again, his vitality greatly damaged, lifespan decreasing again. At this time, Jian Chen was worried that his master could not persevere until that day. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "Ha, you and I are both the progenitor's successors, so how can we doubt our own fate? Man proposes, G disposes. I can only do my best, the rest will be left to heaven." Jian Chen fell silent, having nothing to refute regarding his master's words. As a member of the Jian family, he should act in harmony with heaven. Since he saw a turning point, then he should go all out to do it. Seemed like his master's cultivation base was indeed far deeper than his. Jian Chen was silent for a moment and said, "Master, this disciple already got some news. Ningbei Imperial City's Xiahou, Wenjian, already brought along 3 great celestial deity powerhouses and is already on the way to Extreme Light Imperial City. Ningbei Imperial City is a high-order imperial city. Their strength isn't weak. What should we do?" Jian Hongxiao did not reveal a look of surprise and said, "Coolly, you make a trip. A measly Ningbei Imperial City. If offended, then offended, there's nothing serious." Jian Hongxiao said it very casually, not placing Ningbei Imperial City in his sights at all. Yi Yuan bade farewell to Jian Jintao and brought Ning Tianping out of Extreme Light Imperial City, speeding like the wind toward the Demon Divine region. The Demon Divine region was in the land of Extreme West, Pass, said through the Demon Divine mountain range, and it was the gathering place of the demon race. The territory there was called Demon Divine region. The Demon Divine region was a chaotic place where the strong reigned supreme, and the weak were prey for the strong. Maybe White Light wanted to train himself. That was why he would go to the Demon Divine region. But he did not expect that he actually let himself fall into danger. Yi Yuan silently prayed in his heart, hoping that nothing happened to White Light. Through so many years, he and White Light were as close as brothers. In terms of feelings, it was no worse than with Yu Mengli. Your Excellency, rest assured. Brother White is blessed and will definitely be fine. Ning Tianping comforted him by the side. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in a solemn voice, "This departure, just the journey on the road alone, will take as long as several decades. With White Light's strength back then, he'd likely have to fly for at least 300 years before he could reach the Demon Divine region, and couldn't make it back to Heavenly Eagle in time at all. This punk didn't take the 500-year agreement to heart at all, infuriating me to death." Ning Tianping smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency, this really can't blame Brother White. You aren't aware of just how great the pressure of being by your side is. Just take me for example. Back then, I broke through to become a third firmament divine lord in one stroke, strength far surpa Signors. But just how many years had Pa said, you can annihilate me in one move now. Even though I believe that your Excellency definitely won't fall behind others, I also didn't expect that this day would come so quickly." In the past, Ning Tianping still somewhat did not understand White Light their thoughts. But now he completely understood. His Excellency was simply a freak. Come one day when you could really only follow behind him to make tea and pour water, that would really be called a blow, even though Yi Yuan did not have this intention at all. Bang! All of a sudden, the purple extreme hall trembled violently. Yi Yuan's and Ning Tianping's chests seemed to have been struck by a heavy object, directly spewing out a large mouthful of blood. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, hurry up and come out to die. Otherwise, this seat will shake you to death today. A powerful voice transmitted in from outside. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping, two people, exchanged a glance, both incomparably shocked, as they said, "Celestial Deity Realm Powerhouse." Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Celestial Deity Realm Powerhouse. Yi Yuan put away the purple extreme hall and revealed his figure. Outside, for figures blocked the way. "Uncle Xiahou, it's him. It was him that killed Big Brother Yun. Uncle Xiahou, Big Brother Yun, he died so miserably. You have to avenge him." The one who spoke was precisely Jiang Mengqing. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately understood who this Celestial Deity Realm Powerhouse in front of him was. Xiahou Wenjian looked at Yi Yuan coldly, as if looking at a dead person. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, competing in martial arts in the ring, you actually dared to kill my son. Today, this seat is going to extract your soul and refine it for 10,000 years in front of Yun'er's tombstone. Xiahou Wenjian said angrily. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Competing in the ring, life and death are up to fate." Moreover, Xiahou Yun was instigated by people and wanted to harm me, so he deserved to die. "Shut up!" Xiahou Wenjian roared furiously, his voice carrying boundless world power. Poor work. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping were akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spurting wildly. Just a voice made the two, without the slightest strength, to fight back. Too strong. This Xiahou Wenjian was at least a middle-stage Celestial Deity Realm Powerhouse. This kind of powerhouse, their strength was already unimaginable. Xiahou Wenjian said with a cold smile, "Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, how can your cheap life be mentioned in the same breath with my son's? If he wanted to kill you, you should have stretched your neck out to be executed." In Xiahou Wenjian's eyes, his son's life was even greater than heaven. Xiahou Yun's talent was exceedingly high, sufficient to inherit his position. Letting Xiahou Yun went out this time was to get the approval of Extreme Light Imperial City, who knew that he would be gone forever. Jiang Mengqing also had a baleful look as she said, "Too little b, a-s, t-a-r-d-s. How can your lives compare to Big Brother Yun's? Today, I'm going to take revenge for Big Brother Yun." Done talking, Jiang Mengqing raised her long sword and charged over toward Yi Yuan. How could Yi Yuan do as she wished? He was just about to fight back when suddenly an incomparably powerful burst of world power descended, suppressing him until he was completely immobile. Yi Yuan's face changed, golden light radiating brightly on his body, blue patterns revolving to the extreme. Clank! Jiang Mengqing's sword seemingly stabbed onto refined iron, shocking her arm until it turned numb. "Brother Xiahou, Yi Yuan is my Extreme Light Imperial City's distinguished guest. Please lift your hand high in mercy and let him go." At this time, a figure slowly appeared and said these words to Xiahou Wenjian. Chapter 17, 29 Palm, that flew over. Chapter 17, 29 Palm, that flew over Jian Chen made haste and finally caught up. While at this time, Jiang Mengqing was sent flying away by Yi Yuan. Only after a great flurry did she barely manage to stabilize her figure. She looked at Yi Yuan, astonishment on her face. She did not expect that even though the other party's entire person was being restrained, and he actually still had the strength to resist, Jian Chen's world power spread out, finally releasing Yi Yuan. Xiahou Wenjian's face fell, and he looked at Jian Chen and said, "Master Jian Chen, this seat deliberately waited for this kid to leave the boundary of Extreme Light Imperial City before taking action. This seat has been sincere enough toward your Extreme Light Imperial City." Jian Chen clasped his hands and said, "Brother Xiahou's sincerity, Jian Chen can naturally see it. But Yi Yuan and my master are already friends despite the difference in age. Brother Xiahou, please give Jian Chen's face and let him leave. How about that?" Xiahou Wenjian's expression was very ugly. Jian Chen was one of the Profound Secrets Pavilion's 7 great grand elders, holding great power and authority, very respected. In a normal situation, he would definitely give the other party face. But now, the son that he valued the most died. Now that the enemy was in front, could it be that he had to give up on taking revenge? No, he was unreconciled to it. "Master Jian Chen, other things, this seat can compromise with you. But this matter, pardon me for not being able to comply with your wishes. This guy killed my Yun'er. Not avenging this enmity, Yun'er, he will find it hard to close his eyes in death." Xiahou Wenjian glared at Yi Yuan and said, Jian Chen's expression was very ugly. This fellow was simply making trouble willfully. His Extreme Light Imperial City had already hosted the 100 Battles Arena for several hundred sessions. Each session had quite a few geniuses that perished. If everyone came to find trouble like this, where would his Extreme Light Imperial City's face be put? Jian Chen's face fell, and he said, "Brother Xiahou is being somewhat unreasonable and provocative saying these words. Getting on the 100 Battles Arena, life and death are your own responsibility. This is my Extreme Light Imperial City's rules. Brother Xiahou doing this right now, is it to provoke my Extreme Light Imperial City?" Sure enough, Jian Chen's words made Xiahou Wenjian's face change. Extreme Light Imperial City's influence was too great. Not that their strength was very formidable, but that their protégés spanned all over the world. Currently, the various major Imperial Cities' sovereigns had mostly been guided by Extreme Light Imperial City before, with Extreme Light Imperial City issuing a call for action. Even if only 20% of the Imperial Cities answered, it was also not what 1 or 2 Imperial Cities could hold off. This was Extreme Light Imperial City's terrifying aspect. Jianchen looked over in Yi Yuan's direction. It was only to see that he was covered in blood. Clearly, he already sustained extremely severe injuries. This unwittingly made his heart rage with fury. Master expended such great effort to perform divination for Yi Yuan, but Xiahou Wenjian almost killed him. How could this not enrage him? Humph! Jianchun, don't take extreme light Imperial City to come and suppress me. What others do, I don't care. But my own son's enmity, I must avenge it. Today this kid must die. Jianchun even thought that Xiahou Wenjian was scared, who knew that after he struggled for a while, he actually said this kind of words. Jian Chen's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Xiahou Wenjian, you're insolent. Xiahou Wenjian said in a solemn voice, Jian Chen, I'm not standing here in the capacity of Ningbei Imperial City's Grand Elder right now, but with the ident. One, tie of a father. Today, whoever stops me, if G, O, DS block kill G, O, DS, if Buddha blocks kill Buddha. You dare? Jian Chen's face fell, and he blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face also changed. This guy was already utterly crazy. Xiahou Wenjian chuckled and smiled coldly as he said, Why wouldn't I dare? This seat is a 7th firmament celestial deity, while you're only a 5th firmament celestial deity. If this seat wants to kill people, could you still stop it? The two of you stop him for me. This seat will kill this guy personally and take revenge for Yuner. Who Xiahou Wenjian brought were also all middle stage celestial deity realm powerhouses. The two of them joining hands, stopping Jian Chen, was naturally nothing difficult. Jian Chen's expression changed, and he said to Yi Yuan, Quickly go, flee toward Extreme Light Imperial City. Yi Yuan's face fell, directly entered inside the purple Extreme Hall, and escaped in the direction of Extreme Light Imperial City. He knew that Xiahou Wenjian absolutely did not dare to kill Jian Chen, so he did not have any worries to distract him either. Want to escape? This seat is here. Can you escape? Xiahou Wenjian laughed coldly, figure moving, disappearing on the spot. Jian Chen wanted to make a move to stop, but those two mighty celestial deity powerhouses already stepped forward. 2-on-1. Jian Chen was immediately held back. Inside the purple Extreme Hall, Yi Yuan's expression was very grim as he gritted his teeth and said, So fast! A 7th firmament celestial deity powerhouse, his strength was beyond imagination. Yi Yuan had confidence in escaping under the hands of a 1st firmament celestial deity by spurring on the purple Extreme Hall, but in front of a 7th firmament celestial deity, it was completely lacking. Xiahou Wenjian erupted and caught up to the purple Extreme Hall. A horrifying aura instantly enveloped the purple Extreme Hall. This is really a treasure. This seat attacked at full power, and it's actually completely unharmed. It's likely a true demystic treasure. This time, this incident benefited this seat. Xiahou Wenjian laughed savagely. Raising his hand, it was a palm. Bang! The purple Extreme Hall had nowhere to avoid, and was HIT head-on. Even if Yi Yuan already urged the purple Extreme Hall's defenses to the limits, this palm still affected him until he vomited fresh blood wildly. I didn't expect that Xiahou Yun's father was actually a 7th firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Xiahou Wenjian's appearance had indeed somewhat exceeded his expectations. This guy was too strong. Bang! Yet another palm. Yi Yuan, two people were shocked until they were shaken to the bones. Ha! The next attack will take your lives. Yuner, father will avenge you right now. Xiahou Wenjian laughed wildly, a glove appearing on his hand at goodness knows when. Yi Yuan's complexion turned pale, and he said, Not good. Celestial Deity Mystic Treasure. A seventh firmament celestial deity powerhouses, wearing a celestial deity artifact. That power was simply unimaginable. Even separated through the purple extreme hall, Yi Yuan could feel the horrifying aura outside. This punch coming down, him and Ning Tianping would absolutely have no chance of survival. Go to H.E.L. Xiaohou Wenjian laughed savagely, a punch suddenly slamming out. But right at this time, an enormous palm was sent from the horizon, arriving instantly. Xiaohou Wenjian was currently pleased with himself when suddenly an irresistible force instantly locked onto him. His heart plummeted. The punch that was just released was also instantly frozen. Arg! A despairing scream sounded out. Bang! Under a palm, Xiaohou Wenjian turned to ashes. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. Your Excellency, who is this? So strong. Seventh firmament celestial deity. He actually one-shot him with one palm. Ning Tianping said in shock. Yi Yuan said, the profound secrets pavilion lord. Ning Tianping opened his mouth wide and said, no way, right? That profound secrets pavilion lord is at most also merely ninth firmament celestial deity, right? How can he be so strong? This palm was not struck out at close range. It was released from countless tens of thousands of miles away. This kind of means was truly inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, looks like we all look down on this profound secrets pavilion lord. His original strength is at least also at the true G.O.D. realm. Little friend, Yi Yuan, take care. This old man won't be sending you off. At this time, an aged voice transmitted over from the horizon. Yi Yuan, two people bowed toward the direction of Extreme Light Imperial City. Chapter 1730, Sky Demon Mountain Range. Chapter 1730, Sky Demon Mountain Range. Sky Demon Mountain Range, stretched, for goodness, knows several hundreds of millions of miles. Countless great demons were hidden inside. Connected together with the Sky Demon Mountain Range was the Demon G.O.D. Plane. The Sky Demon Mountain Range and Demon G.O.D. Plane together formed the entire Demon Divine region. This place was a paradise for the demon race. At this time, 6 plainclothes martial artists were currently moving inside the Sky Demon Mountain Range. A lean middle-aged man said with an unhappy look, I say, Boss Duan, why do we need to bring along a third firmament divine Lord Trash? His voice was very loud and did not have the intention of covering it up. Clearly, it was deliberately said for people to hear. Boss Duan looked at the young man walking quietly behind the team and said helplessly, no choice. Recently, the savage beasts in the Sky Demon Mountain Range seems to be abnormally irritable. The people willing to enter the mountain are not many in the first place. It so happens that I acted slow this time. The strong ones were all S.N.A.T.C., head by other teams already. The lean middle-aged man previously said, unhappily, Boss Duan, the logic of better to go without than have something shoddy. Don't you know? Bringing such a trash over. Can he be of help? Later, he even wants to divide up our natural treasures. Isn't this picking up a bargain? For free? All right, Luo Yong already came. What's the use of saying this? An additional person is always an additional portion of strength. At this time, a beautiful woman in the team could not listen anymore and came out to mediate things. This girl was called Yu Jing, the sole female in the team. She was a peak 5th firmament divine lord. Seeing Yu Jing speak, Luo Yong immediately changed to an ingratiating expression and said with a smile, ha, young Sister Jing already spoke, then I won't pursue it anymore as well. If not looking on the account of younger Sister Jing's face, this Luo definitely wouldn't have come this time. However, if this kid doesn't put in any effort and still wants to take a share of the loot. This Luo won't agree to it no matter what. Boss Duan said, I've long talked to Brother Yi about this. Don't you worry. Luo Yong gave a cold snort and stopped talking. Yu Jing moved to the young man's side and whispered, Little Brother Yi Yuan, this Luo Yong is like this. He can't suffer any losses at all. You don't take it to heart. This young man was naturally the Yi Yuan who came from afar. He originally wanted to enter the Sky Demon mountain range alone, but under Dustless's persuasion, he still gave up. There were many hunting small teams in the Sky Demon mountain range. One person was too conspicuous. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited was not strong either. It would attract quite a few people's covetous eyes. Even though Yi Yuan was not afraid, it would be better to avoid troubles. Moreover, these hunting teams were very familiar with the Sky Demon mountain ranges situation. Which place was relatively safe, which place was relatively dangerous. They were very clear of it. Following them would allow him to understand some of the Sky Demon mountain ranges situation first. Otherwise, diving into some great demon's territory headlong. Even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would also die until he could not be any more deader. In the nearby Linyao Imperial City, there were places that specifically recruited martial artists. This kind of team was formed temporarily. Boss Duan's name was Duan Peng. He was a 6th firmament divine lord. When he wanted to enter the mountain, he would go to the recruiting place to select martial artists and find a few good men to help. Of course, he would also negotiate the prices with these recruiters. The natural treasures obtained in the Sky Demon mountain range naturally had to allocate some to them as well. With Yi Yuan's 3rd firmament divine vortex realm, naturally no one took fancy to him in the city. If not for having to pick the leftovers, Boss Duan would not even give Yi Yuan a glance. Yi Yuan smiled and said to Yu Jing, Thank you, elder sister Jing, for helping me out of the predicament. Yu Jing smiled and said, I say, kid, your nerves are also really plucky to actually dare promise Boss Duan. The place that he wants to go to isn't where you can go. If my surmises are right, you should be some large family clan's disciple coming to the Sky Demon mountain range to train, right? In this Sky Demon mountain range, the level of strength naturally determined the different places that could be penetrated deep. Those like Yi Yuan, even though they would not just hang around the peripherals, it was clearly far from the place that Duan Peng was going. Yes, it's this younger brother's first time entering the Sky Demon mountain range. I'm totally clueless about this place. Can elder sister Jing tell me, and let me gain some knowledge and experience? Yi Yuan pushed the boat along the current, requesting Yu Jing to tell him about the Sky Demon mountain range's knowledge. Yu Jing seemed to be very close towards Yi Yuan, this next-door little brother. Hence, she started to talk endlessly. Hearing Yu Jing's explanation, Yi Yuan also gleaned considerable gains. Yu Jing's experiences were all gained by her predecessors, and at times their lives. The things she shared with Yi Yuan were very valuable. Where was safe, where was dangerous, which places could be gone to, which places could not be gone to. It was all very detailed. A moment of carelessness, and it would be eternal damnation. The great demons in this Sky Demon mountain range even had heavenly emperor-level existences. The dangers involved could be imagined. Of course, that sort of place, the average person was unable to approach it at all and would die at the peripherals until not even dregs remained. The two talked happily along the way, but there was an unfriendly gaze by the side, constantly casting over toward Yi Yuan's side. Luo Yong was clearly interested in Yu Jing, so his impression of Yi Yuan would definitely be even worse. Hey, kid, stop asking questions anymore. Right now, we've already entered a dangerous zone and might run into fierce beasts anytime. You shut your mouth up for me. Luo Yong could not hold back and came up to interrupt the two people's conversation. Yi Yuan had not spoken yet, but Yu Jing lost it first. Luo Yong, it's Yi Yuan's first time coming to the Sky Demon Mountain Range, but is it my first time coming too? Luo Yong could not help choking and said in a solemn voice, Younger sister Jing, the Sky Demon Mountain Range hasn't been too peaceful recently. Who knows whether there are high-level fierce beasts haunting in the vicinity or not? Yu Jing could not help feeling stifled when she heard this. What Luo Yong said was reasonable too. At present, it was not very peaceful in the Sky Demon Mountain Range. Situations where squads were completely wiped out would frequently appear. Their voices had yet to fade when rustling sounds came from the woods. Everyone's faces changed, each drawing their weapons, an appearance of facing a great enemy. Suddenly, an enormous black centipede slowly sprung out of the woods. When everyone saw the centipede, they immediately relaxed. Gave me a scare. Turns out that it's a raging fire centipede that just entered middle stage rank 4. Luo Yong heaved a sigh in relief. This black centipede was roughly equivalent to 4th Firmament Divine Lord Martial Artists. Their group was naturally not afraid. Suddenly, Luo Yong thought of something. A hint of a smug smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He said to Yi Yuan, Brat, this centipede isn't strong. You go take care of it. Yu Jing's expression changed, and she said, Luo Yong, what's the meaning of this? How can Yi Yuan's strength possibly deal with this raging fire centipede? Luo Yong shrugged and said, The fierce beasts that we encounter, this is probably the weakest already. This kid is at any rate peak 3rd Firmament Divine Lord as well. Doesn't he want to train? Don't even dare to deal with a raging fire centipede. Still train for what? Moreover, we have so many people here. How can we watch him go and still die in the end? Boss Duan, don't you say so? Duan Peng cursed in his heart. This guy was really insidious. But what Luo Yong said, he really had no way of refuting it. Duan Peng was just about to open his mouth, but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, Fine, I'll go. Chapter 1731, Really Can T find a 6th one? Chapter 1731, Really Can T find a 6th one? Luo Yong's eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile, like his wicked scheme succeeded, while Duan Peng and the rest revealed looks of surprise. This kid had some nerves. Rather, it was Yu Jing who said rather anxiously, Yi Yuan, you mustn't act without due consideration. Yi Yuan looked at her and said with a smile, Merely a raging fire centipede. No big deal. Why not elder sister Jing stand guard for me? How's that? Yu Jing thought about it, but still nodded her head. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, taking out the Junyi sword and slowly walked over toward the raging fire centipede. Seeing the Junyi sword, the eyes of Duan Peng, Luo Yong, and the rest involuntarily turned sharp. High-rank divine, Lord Mystic Treasure. This kid indeed had some background, especially Luo Yong. His eyes revealed a greedy look. Even though he was already 6th Firmament Divine Lord, he only had an initial rank divine, Lord Mystic Treasure, on hand. Compared to Yi Yuan, he was simply like a beggar. Yi Yuan walked over toward the raging fire centipede unhurriedly, without the least bit of pressure. Click, click. The centipede emitted a series of strange chirping sounds, and suddenly turned around, tunneling into the woods. Luo Yong's eyes went wide, caught somewhat off guard by this sudden change. The raging fire centipede actually ran, facing a 3rd Firmament Divine Lord human. It actually ran. One had to know the strengths of fierce beasts were normally stronger than humans of the same rank. Moreover, uncivilized fierce beasts, under the situation where the power gap was not too big, would not know what was called fear at all. For example, when the raging fire centipede clearly saw that there were 5 to 6 humans here just now, it still planned to attack them. Now, what was going on? Where are you running? Just as they were in shock, Yi Yuan's figure moved, tunneling into the forest. Everyone was taken aback. Once more, this kid's gall was so fat. Yi Yuan, don't chase. Yu Jing's expression changed drastically, immediately carrying her sword and chasing after. But sing through the dense forest. How was there still Yi Yuan's figure? Yu Jing did not give up and chased ahead again. Luo Yong came back to his senses, his face revealing a radiant smile. This kid was really courting death himself. What's wrong with that raging fire centipede? Why would it run when it saw Yi Yuan? Duan Peng said with a look of confusion. Luo Yong smiled and said, "What else can it be? It must have unlocked a hint of wisdom and perceived that we weren't to be trifled with. That's why it would run away." Duan Peng nodded and said, "It's likely the case. It's just that. Yi Yuan chasing after like this is very dangerous. I hope that Yu Jing can find him." Luo Yong naturally did not hope for Yi Yuan to return and said with a smile, "That brat was indeed a hothead. If he wants to seek death himself, can't blame others." Duan Peng also shook his head, feeling that Yi Yuan's foolish actions were rather unreasonable, even though he disliked Luo Yong. What Luo Yong said was right as well. This Yi Yuan did not have any self-awareness at all. If he died, he could not blame others either. Before long, Yu Jing dashed out of the dense woods, her expression very ugly. "How is it? Found him?" Even though he knew the result, he still asked. Duan Peng could tell that Yu Jing was very concerned about this little brother. Yu Jing shook her head rather blankly, her entire person like she was drained. Luo Yong was secretly pleased in his heart and said, "No need to care about that kid anymore. At this time, he's most likely already swallowed by the raging fire centipede. Let's continue walking." When Yu Jing heard this, she said in annoyance, "Luo Yong, what do you mean? You treat your companions like this? If you abandon Yi Yuan now, will you immediately leave us behind if we encounter danger later?" Luo Yong could not help choking when he heard that, his expression ugly as he said, How can it be?" That kid overestimated his own ability and chased after himself. I didn't force him to go either. Leaving behind one's companions was a taboo to them. This was an unspoken rule among squads that frequently came to the area. Once the reputation spread, no one would dare to use them in the future anymore. One person entering the mountain, the danger was also too great. Yu Jing's words somewhat unmasked his motives. Luo Yong really did not dare to follow up. "Boss Duan, I request to wait here for Yi Yuan." Yu Jing looked at Duan Peng and said with a serious expression. Duan Peng thought about it and said with a nod, "Then we will wait an hour for him. Then, if he still isn't here in an hour, we'll have to carry on our way." "No need, I'm back." Yu Jing still wanted to say something when a voice suddenly sounded out. Everyone followed the voice and looked over, and saw Yi Yuan slowly walk out of the dense forest. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned intent, all revealing a look of shock. It was only to see that after Yi Yuan walked out, a huge centipede came out from behind. The centipede was being dragged by Yi Yuan, already dead until it could not be any deader. Bang! Yi Yuan casually threw the raging fire centipede in front of everyone. Duan Peng said with an astonished look, This was your doing?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Otherwise, is there still anyone else?" Everyone was speechless. The outcome of the matter was too far from their expectations, especially Luo Yong. He simply felt even more uncomfortable than having eaten a fly. Originally, he already sentenced Yi Yuan to death, being delighted and pleased in his heart. Who knew that in a blink, not only did Yi Yuan return, he even killed the raging fire centipede. While talking, Yi Yuan took out several bright red fruits and threw them over one by one. Of course, except for Luo Yong. Duan Peng caught the fruits, gaze turning intent as he said in surprise, rank 4 spirit medicine blood curdle fruit. Where did you get it from? Yi Yuan said, I chased this beast just now, chased all the way to its lair. After killing it, I searched its lair while I was at it and found these blood curdle fruits. Since everyone is in the same team, of course those who see it will get a share. Also, this raging fire centipede will be given to Boss Duan. The benefits gotten later will be distributed by Boss Duan. Although the blood curdle fruit was not some overly rare rank 4 spirit medicine, casually selling for several billion divine essence stones was still doable. Yi Yuan was considered to have given them a big gift. They did not do anything and earned several billion divine essence stones. Furthermore, this raging fire centipede was also full of treasures from top to bottom. They previously even thought that Yi Yuan was here to SCR AP benefits. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan threw them a big bunch of benefits. Boss Duan looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face, not expecting Yi Yuan to be so generous. This made them even more certain that Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was definitely extraordinary. If it were any of them, they would definitely pocket these things alone. Either way, no one saw it too. But Yi Yuan actually took them out to share with everyone. Luo Yang's expression was gloomy as he said in a solemn voice, Punk, what's the meaning of this? Since those who see get a share, why do the rest all have, but I don't? Yi Yuan said with an apologetic look, Brother Luo, really sorry about it. He only found 5 blood curdle fruits in its lair just now and really couldn't find the 6th one. I'm forced to make things a bit inconvenient for Brother Luo. If find something later, this Yi will bring Brother Luo to share it. With Yi Yuan's one sentence, everyone all secretly found it funny in their hearts. These blood curdle fruits were neither more nor less, just nice 5. It was also too coincidental, right? Furthermore, Yi Yuan shared with the rest. Only Luo Yong's was missing. This was definitely no coincidence as well. Luo Yong had a grim expression as he said, Humph, kid, well done. A mere blood curdle fruit. Your father doesn't think anything of it. Chapter 1732, Smelling Fragrance and Recognizing Poison. Chapter 1732, Smelling Fragrance and Recognizing Poison. Duan Peng put away the raging fire centipede's corpse. The party embarked on the journey once more. Yu Jing had a look of pleasant surprise and said, You kid were too reckless. Just now, you scared elder sister Jing to death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Just a raging fire centipede. It can't hurt me. But elder sister Jing, can I ask? You seem to be very concerned about me. In the beginning, Yi Yuan just thought that Yu Jing was very good-natured. But later, Yi Yuan gradually felt Yu Jing's concern, especially when Luo Yong had him go deal with the raging fire centipede earlier. Yu Jing let out a sigh and said, When elder sister Jing sees you, I'll think about that unlucky younger brother of mine. He's the same age as you. Back then, he was also young and spirited, wanting to challenge the Sky Demon Mountain range. But talking up to here, Yu Jing choked a little. Yi Yuan came to a realization when he heard it and said with a sigh, Sorry, my deepest condolences, elder sister Jing. Yu Jing snickered and glared as she said, You punk, cursing my younger brother, he isn't dead yet. Yi Yuan froze when he heard it, immediately feeling incomparably wronged. I say, sister, your action just now, anyone would think that he was dead. Seeing Yi Yuan's wronged look, Yu Jing laughed and said, All right, it was elder sister who didn't state it clearly. I'm not blaming you. That appearance was overflowing with flirtatiousness. When it landed in the eyes of Luo Yong, who was not far away, wasn't it lovers joking around? Brat, before you come out, your dad definitely didn't tell you that some people are who you can't afford to provoke. Dare to play me. I will let you die, without even you knowing how you died. Luo Yong already sentenced Yi Yuan to death in his heart. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely bury Yi Yuan alive. This kind of thing, he had done it more than once or twice. Only through Yu Jing's oral account did Yi Yuan know what happened to her younger brother. It turned out that Yu Jing was not a member of Linyao Imperial City. Her younger brother wanted to hone himself. So he secretly left their hometown and entered the Sky Demon mountain range to train. When Yu Jing learned the news that her younger brother left home, upon guessing that he definitely came here, she rushed to Linyao Imperial City straight away. Only after inquiring about it did she know that her younger brother indeed came here and even entered the mountain. It was just that after some time, what she found out at the end was that her brother got inflicted by a strange poison. Yu Jing searched for miracle doctors in Linyao Imperial City and also could not treat her younger brother's poison. She could only use some special means to temporarily suppress her younger brother's poison. She did not dare to leave Linyao Imperial City. She was afraid that her younger brother would die on the way. Hence, she simply became a hunter here, following squads in and out of the Sky Demon mountain range to support her younger brother. Presently, the poison's flare-up incident was getting more and more. It was an indication that he did not have much time left so harging about him. Yi Yuan now understood that was why Yu Jing would be so sad. Knowing this, Yi Yuan also sighed. Yu Jing, a woman, spent so many years in Linyao Imperial City for her brother, truly not easy. Linyao Imperial City was clearly different from other imperial cities. The weak were prey, and the strong feasts here. It was more apparent than in other places. Without strength, it was hard to advance an inch here. Just like before, Luo Yong compelled him to fight against the raging fire centipede. Apart from Yu Jing, no one helped to speak up for him. If he was strong, killing the raging fire centipede was one thing. If his strength was lacking, and he really died, most likely no one would be sad and would instead mock him for his strength being lacking. The people here were all very realistic. They walked together for benefit and also killed each other for benefit. Yi Yuan said, "Elder Sister Jing, you rest assured. Your younger brother's poison, I'll help him to resolve it. At that time, you sister and brother will be able to go back home." Yu Jing did have the slightest excitement when she heard it, but she instead smiled and said, "Silly little brother, your good intentions, elder sister understands it. Overestimating your own ability. Younger sister Jing's brother. Even Master Song, you couldn't cure him. You, a snotty brat whose hair isn't even fully grown. What are you babbling about?" Luo Yong smiled coldly and said, Duan Peng also smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Brother Yi is even an alchemist. But Master Song Yu is a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. Even he was helpless, so you probably won't be able to do much." Receiving the blood curdle fruit and raging fire centipede's corpse, Duan Peng's attitude toward Yi Yuan was much better. But in this matter, he clearly felt that Yi Yuan boasted too much. Yu Jing smiled bitterly and said, "I pulled a lot of strings and finally found Master Songyu's connections. It's just that I didn't expect that even he was helpless about it too." Linyao Imperial City was close to the Sky Demon mountain range. Countless martial artists were killed and wounded every day. This kind of place, the alchemy profession was naturally very developed too. Having a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. was not odd. Yi Yuan suddenly scooted close to Yu Jing and sniffed vigorously. Yu Jing was startled and even thought that Yi Yuan was going to be frivolous with her, hurriedly dodging aside and saying angrily, "Yi Yuan, what are you doing?" Yi Yuan ignored her, slowly closed his eyes, and opened his mouth to say, "Ironwood incense, hunting cloud light breeze powder, sandalwood huaming gra. Looks like when your younger brother's toxicity flares up, it should be alternating between hot and cold, entire body twitching. If I didn't guess wrongly, he should be foaming at the mouth, his complexion waxing, vomiting blood, and several other symptoms. Putting it all together, your brother was probably inflicted by the fire cloud ice edge bug's poison, right? Yi Yuan shut his eyes and said a whole bunch in one go. When Luo Yong saw Yu Jing get angry, plus Yi Yuan's action earlier, anger also flared up in his heart. Sneering secretly in his heart, he realized he finally found a chance. He gave a cold shout. Punk, you want to take the opportunity to take advantage of younger sister Jing, and even ranted nonsense. Your father will exterminate you right now. Done talking, he released his aura and smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan. But he did not notice that the more Yi Yuan talked, the more Yu Jing's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. She suddenly grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and said in surprise, You're really too incredible. Luo Yong's action stopped abruptly. Yi Yuan's body was blocked by Yu Jing. If he smacked a palm down, Yu Jing would be gone. You wouldn't have guessed that it was the fire cloud ice edge bug with that sniff, right? Yu Jing was really stunned. She only told Yi Yuan just now that her younger brother was tormented by a strange poison and did not say anything else. But Yi Yuan actually only sniffed the smell on her body and listed those spirit medicines perfectly. This was simply too inconceivable. Furthermore, the things that Yi Yuan said were exactly the same as Master Songyu. One had to know, Master Songyu diagnosed her brother in person, while Yi Yuan had not even met her younger brother before, and actually deduced so accurately. This strength, she simply did not dare to imagine it. When Duan Peng saw Yu Jing's reaction, he was also extremely shocked and said, Yu Jing, you mean that what your brother was poisoned by was really the fire cloud ice edge bug's poison? Yu Jing nodded and said, Yes. What Master Songyu said was exactly identical to what Yu Jing said. It's the fire cloud ice edge bug. Furthermore, the symptoms that Yu Jing said were not the slightest bit off, just like he saw it with his own eyes. The rest all used eyes like they had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan. What kind of freak was this fellow? He only sniffed the residual medicinal fragrance on Yu Jing's body, and he could actually infer such a result. This skill was simply formidable to the extent that it was somewhat ridiculous. Chapter 1733, Making a Detour. Chapter 1733, Making a Detour. Yu Jing was a woman, furthermore, a beautiful woman. Beautiful women naturally could not bear being covered all over with medicinal smell. Adding on rouge and powder, the medicinal smell left on the body was already very, very faint. But even so, Yi Yuan only relied on one sniff and could infer so much information. This skill was truly inconceivable. I didn't expect that brother Yi concealed so deeply. Duan Peng looked at Yi Yuan, a hint of pleasant surprise flash. Plussing across his eyes. With such a formidable alchemist following their side, it was absolutely an unexpected surprise. Teams with alchemists were universally acknowledged as having the lowest casualty rates. It was just that alchemists were too expensive. They could not afford it at all. Yi Yuan said to Yu Jing, the fire cloud ice edge bug is extremely rare. It can't be seen in the outside world at all. This kind of poison is indeed troublesome. This is because its ice and fire attributes, two attributes, interweave within the body, permeating all pores like a millstone, subverting yin and yang, tormenting the martial artist's body. Yu Jing nodded and said, Yes, that's it. Yi Yuan, do you really have a way? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, This poison is indeed powerful, so there's no method for the time being. The moment these words came out, Yu Jing's face revealed an incomparably disappointed look. But by the side, Luo Yong burst into laughter and said, Ha! You talk for half a day, but it's equivalent to saying nothing. I even thought about how capable you were. Who knew that after talking for so long, it's equivalent to letting out a fart. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to pay attention to him and asked Yu Jing, elder sister Jing, the place where your younger brother was bitten by the bug. Do you know where it is? Yu Jing shook her head blankly and said they were being hunted down by a very powerful, fierce beast back then, fleeing in any path without any care. He did not know where he was bitten at all. The moment Luo Yong heard, he revealed a gloating smile again. With this, all of the clues were cut off, right? Yi Yuan did not feel that there was anything and asked again, then you guys are very familiar with the Sky Demon mountain range. Do you know whether there's some dark and humid place, overflowing with miasma, yet also a place where earth fire is especially vigorous? Yu Jing still shook her head blankly, but Duan Peng suddenly said, if it's this kind of place, I know one. Seeing everyone look over, Duan Peng said, Evil Water Ravine. The others were still, but the moment Luo Yong heard, his face could not help changing, as he said, it's that legendary evil water ravine that has no return. Duan Peng also said with a solemn look, that's right. Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's it. Let's go and take a look. Yi Yuan's words made everyone stupefied. Duan Peng did not expect Yi Yuan to leave right away and said in a solemn voice, Brother Yi is taking things a little too lightly, right? This trip into the Sky Demon mountain range. We have another goal. Making a detour to Evil Water Ravine now is probably inappropriate, right? Moreover, Evil Water Ravine is notoriously dangerous. The poison bugs inside are countless. A single misstep, and we'd all die there. Luo Yong also sneered when he heard that and said, Kid, our squad was hired by Boss Duan with money. Why is it like you're the employer now? When Yu Jing heard Yi Yuan's words, her heart could not help turning warm. But Yi Yuan said coolly, this Yi is an alchemist. In my eyes, nothing is more important than saving people. Moreover, to talk about danger, our destination this time is definitely no better than the Evil Water Ravine, right? Duan Peng's expression changed when he heard that and fell silent. Luo Yong's expression similarly changed. He said in a cold voice, Kid, what do you mean? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Nothing. Boss Duan said that when he entered the mountain last time, he accidentally learned of a place with the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit. But he definitely didn't tell you guys that not only does the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit have the purple-eyed devil ape, this kind of powerful accompanying beast, but there's also even an accompanying spirit medicine, like the green vine emerald net flower. And the green vine emerald net flower has the dark night poison bat, this kind of accompanying beast. I think that these things added together, that place probably won't be much safer than the Evil Water Ravine, right? Yi Yuan's words made everyone's countenance change visibly. The purple-eyed devil ape was a powerful rank 4 fierce beast. There was no need to talk much about it. Dark Night Poison Bat was similarly a fierce beast that made people's expressions change when they heard it. More importantly, they gathered in flocks, best to not provoke. Martial artists were not alchemists in the end. How could they be so clear about the habits of spirit medicines? The Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit was an extremely rare rank 4 spirit medicine. It could be sold for a high price when obtained. They also did not think so much and followed along. Who knew that that place was actually so dangerous? Duan Peng, what's the meaning of this? Luo Yong's face fell, and he questioned. Duan Peng himself was also blindsided. These things that Yi Yuan said, he really did not know. Back then, when he saw the purple-eyed devil ape, he immediately ran away and did not see anything else at all. I really didn't know that that place was actually so dangerous. Duan Peng said anxiously. Luo Yong said with a cold snort, You've been there, would you not know? At this point, Do you still take us to be fools? Your father isn't going anymore. Yi Yuan said coolly, I think that Boss Duan really doesn't know. The silver wing earth spirit fruit faces the sun. It's likely at the entrance of some cave. The vine emerald net flower likes een and should be in the depths of a cave. But once startled the purple-eyed devil ape, the dark night poison bat will surely be startled too. Yi Yuan's words made everyone feel lingering fear. If they went over without due consideration like this, once surrounded by dark night poison bats, they would not even know how they died. Luo Yong said with a cold snort, Since you knew, why didn't you say it earlier? I think that you're harboring ill intent. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, If I said earlier, would you all believe? Everyone could not help feeling suffocated when they heard it, if not for Yi Yuan displaying Astonies. H.I. plussing alchemy Tao strength, they definitely would not believe. A third firmament, divine, Lord's words were not enough to believe. Luo Yong's face fell, and he waved his hand and said, Don't care, your father isn't going anymore. Although treasures are good, I also need to have the life to take them. Your father doesn't want to die in vain. As he said, he was actually really about to leave. Boss Duan had a look of unwillingness and stopped Luo Yong and said, Don't go as long as we can obtain the silver wing earth spirit fruit. You and I split 60% equally, the others share 40%. As long as our tactics are reasonable, it's not without a chance. The corners of Luo Yong's mouth curled, revealing a smile of his trickery succeeding. He naturally did not want to really go. He just wanted to use this to exploit Boss Duan. Although his strength was inferior to Boss Duan's, he was a true blue 6th firmament divine lord powerhouse too. This place could lack anyone, but just could not lack him. Luo Yong indeed stopped and looked at Boss Duan and said, This is what you said. Duan Peng was just about to answer when Yi Yuan said coolly, Then you should let him go. I have a way to not only obtain the silver wing earth spirit fruit, but we can also obtain the green vine emerald net flower. Furthermore, as long as you all make a trip to Evil Water Ravine with me, Elder Sister Jing and we won't take a single penny. The silver wing earth spirit fruit and green vine emerald net flower are all yours. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Duan Peng said with great joy, Is this true? Yi Yuan nodded and said, When you told me that the objective of this trip is the silver wing earth spirit fruit, I already made the preparations in the city. This minor matter is naturally nothing difficult. Luo Yong immediately froze there, unable to leave. So awkward. Chapter 1734, Falling into Bug, Encirclement. Chapter 1734, Falling into Bug, Encirclement. Upon entering Evil Water Ravine, a dark and damp scent hit head-on. This place was densely covered in miasma, earth fire exuberant, resulting in this dampness making people feel uncomfortable from head to toe. This D.A.M. end place is simply a barren hill and turbulent waters. No wonder it's called Evil Water Ravine. Your father is really R.E.T.A.R. dead to actually following you all to this kind of place. Luo Yong cursed. No one made you come. You yourself insisted on following. Yu Jing rolled her eyes and said huffily. The moment Luo Yong heard, he could not help laughing awkwardly and stopped speaking. He still thickened his skin and followed after in the end. After all, the silver wing earth spirit fruit was very valuable. Even according to the terms negotiated previously, his harvest was also not small. Otherwise, with his strength, why would he follow Boss Duan to this kind of place? Duan Peng said, The insects and bugs here are countless, impossible to guard against. Everybody be a little more careful. No need him to say. Everyone already released their divine essence, protecting their bodies. Yu Jing said rather nervously, Can the method to save my brother really be found here? Yi Yuan smiled and said, myriad things under the heaven reinforce and counteract each other. Although the fire cloud ice edge bug is powerful, there's always something that restrains it. Duan Peng frowned and said, this place is so big, so how to find it? Yeah, if there's really some antidote, would Master Song you not know? I've also heard of the fire cloud ice edge bug before. It's simply incurable. Luo Yong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, there are too many unknown things in this world. You don't know, doesn't mean there isn't. Forget about Master Song Yu, even the medicinal ancestor. Would he dare say that he knows all of the myriad life under the heavens? Luo Yong sneered when he heard that and said, messing around for so long, it means that you also don't know what the antidote is. You hoodwinked everyone to come together, but didn't even have a clue. Truly laughable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this everyone doesn't include you. You insisted on following by yourself. Luo Yong choked and was just about to fly off the handle, but then he heard Duan Peng saying, all right, old Luo, don't keep on making things difficult for Yi Yuan. Already came. So Yi Yuan, what should we do now? Yi Yuan was clearly long prepared and blurted out, of course it's finding the fire cloud ice edge bug first. This thing is very formidable and should be perched at the place where it's the most humid and the earth fire most vigorous. We'll just have to head toward this kind of place to look for it. Fire cloud ice edge bug. Yi Yuan had never seen before either. This knowledge was all inherited from Dustless. As for the method to resolve the poison, even Immortal Grove did not know as well. However, this could not stump Yi Yuan. When at the Immortal Grove world, he frequently liked to go and crack strange poisons that no one could resolve. He had his own set of methods. Even though the Heavenspan world was different from the Immortal Grove world, the principle was interlinked. The party headed toward the place where earth fire was the most vigorous, but along the way, it could not avoid tangling with some poisonous things. But this party was strong and did not expend much effort. Looking as the earth fire got more and more vigorous, the humidity also getting heavier and heavier, everyone actually had a feeling that even breathing became hindered. Duan Peng frowned and said, this place is too weird. These miasma, dampness, and earth fire gas is actually able to corrode divine essence. At this rate, I also can't persevere long. Even Duan Peng, this peak sixth firmament divine lord existence, could not quite hold on anymore, let alone the others. Yu Jing's complexion was very pale, forehead sweating profusely. Clearly, she already could not quite hold on anymore. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, his chaos divine essence was incomparably STURDY and did not fear these gases' erosion. His state was instead the best among the six people. Reckon that it shouldn't be far away. The earth fire gas and humidity here are already very careful. Yi Yuan was just speaking when he suddenly pulled Yu Jing into his embrace and stabbed a sword out with a backhand, movement swift to the extreme. Everyone did not understand what happened. Turning around to look, they saw that on the tip of Yi Yuan's sword, a milky white bug was pierced on it. Their expressions changed drastically. Duan Peng's expression changed, and he said, this bug is so formidable, quietly approaching so close, and we actually didn't detect it. Hang on, could this be? Yi Yuan slowly nodded and said, that's right, this is it. In the team, someone suddenly exclaimed, not good, you guys, look. Everyone turned around to look and discovered that the surroundings were crawling densely full of bugs, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, even on the trees. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces revealed a look of despair. Duan Peng's complexion turned pale as he said, we entered the lair of the fire cloud ice edge bugs. With this, it's hard to escape even if we grow wings. Luo Yong said, fiercely. Yi Yuan, it's all you. If not for you, we also wouldn't be at our wits' end now. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, Stop shouting and wrangling. Even if I did it on purpose, can you still escape currently? Luo Yong choked, immediately feeling incomparably aggrieved. Yeah, this current sort of situation, even if he killed Yi Yuan, it could not change any outcome either. Yu Jing's complexion also turned white, and she said, Yi Yuan sorry, it was all elder sister Jing who harmed you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, all putting on a dead person's face for what? It's not over yet. Wanna grumble? Wait until we go out before grumbling. Luo Yong said furiously, Go out? It has already reached this point, but you're still making wisecracks. These bugs are all rank 4 fierce beasts. Now, all of the paths are blocked. So how to get out? Yi Yuan ignored him and said calmly, I'll bring you all out. All don't resist. Continue to go in. This place isn't the place where earth fire is most vigorous. The thing that can resolve the poison should be inside. Finished talking, Yi Yuan released his divine essence and wrapped the other 5 people inside, directly ripping apart S, P, AC, and Pa S, sing through the insect swarm. When everyone saw that they broke out of the insect swarm all of a sudden, each and every one of them was shocked until the shock could not be greater. Spatial law. Brother, ye really kept to your own counsel. Duan Peng cried out in shock. Luo Yong also had a look of astonishment. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually comprehended such a terrifying power of law. But Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, Let's continue escaping toward the inside, but don't shake off the bug swarm. Let them chase after. The distance that Yi Yuan shuttled through S, P, A, C was not very far. At this time, those bugs seemed to be very angry, all flying over toward this side. Everyone immediately felt their scalps tingle, scampering away. Yi Yuan chuckled and fired out several sword lights with a backhand, directly slaughtering a swarm. With this, those bugs became even more berserk, flying over toward Yi Yuan in a fierce fighting mood one after another. Yi Yuan grinned and sped away, catching up to Yu Jing, who fell behind to the back very quickly. As Yu Jing flew, she said gratefully, Yi Yuan, I really don't know how I should thank you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Want to thank, wait until after finding the antidote before talking. Right now, I don't have any confidence at all. The moment Yu Jing heard this, somewhat worrying about personal gains and losses, she said, Can we find the antidote? Yi Yuan said, Relax, no matter how powerful the poisonous object. Within a circumference of 100 miles, one can definitely find the thing that restrains it. Chapter 1735, Confronting Bug King. Chapter 1735, Confronting Bug King. As it got closer and closer to the center of the earth fire, the erosion of all kinds of corrosive gases naturally also became more and more severe. Yu Jing's aura was already starting to get chaotic. Her speed naturally could not pick up as well, falling behind with Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pulled Yu Jing's hand, and a surge of chaos divine essence Pa S set over. Feeling her hand being held, Yu Jing jumped in fright and was instinctively going to pull it out. But very soon, she discovered a powerful and vigorous divine essence S, H, I, plus L'd her whole body, immediately reducing her pressure significantly. Yu Jing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment. Only then did she discover that the third firmament divine, Lord Yi Yuan, was completely fine until now. Now, he actually still had excess divine essence to come and help her. How did this guy do it? Feeling that powerful divine essence around her that was much more powerful than her own, she thought to herself that it was no wonder Yi Yuan could kill the raging fire centipede. This person was not simple. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Yu Jing said from the bottom of her heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Sister Jing, you've already said thank you many times. Yu Jing's face turned red, and she said, apart from saying thanks, I don't know what I should say. Yi Yuan smiled and was just about to speak when suddenly the mountains shook and the earth quaked ahead. Bang! A white, enormous bug suddenly scurried out from underground and bit towards Yi Yuan. The 4 people who were currently running in front were taken aback, with fright by this sudden turn of events. Duanpeng's expression changed, and he said, S-H-I plus T, this is the Bug King. Looks like it has peaked middle stage, rank 4 strength. The 2 of them are in danger. The position where the Bug King appeared did not deviate to either side, and just nicely cut off the 6 people, blocking Yi Yuan 2 people. When Luo Yong saw this scene, his face revealed an unnatural look of joy. Even though Yi Yuan saved him just now, he still wished for Yi Yuan to go die. Yu Jing's face turned white as a sheet and exclaimed, Yi Yuan, be careful! This sudden turn of events was too abrupt, catching the 2 people off guard. It was already too late to want to avoid it. Yu Jing wanted to push Yi Yuan away and confront that enormous bug herself, but she discovered that she could not push at all. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's left hand threw a claw out with dragon roars howling endlessly. Divine dragon trampling heaven. Bang! A loud noise came over Yi Yuan, and the enormous bug each retreated several steps. Yu Jing got a big shock. She did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually this strong. This Bug King's aura was clearly significantly stronger than her, already reaching peak middle stage rank 4. Yi Yuan, in his haste, actually fought to a draw with it. Duanpeng and the rest also had shocked faces, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually safe and sound. It turns out that Yi Yuan is actually even a body cultivator. Furthermore, his strength is already at the middle stage 4th transformation. Duanpeng said with surprise. Luo Yong even thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. So how could he have known that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful? He laughed coldly and said, Boss Duan, I've long said that this brat is unreliable. He hid his strength, pretending to be a pig in order to eat a tiger. I think that he's hiding a malicious intent. Yet, you all still believed his words. Duanpeng looked into the distance, expression gloomy and uncertain, and also could not quite make a decision for some time. Those in their line of profession, no one would really trust. In this Sky Demon mountain range, the most terrifying thing was not fierce beasts, but the human heart. Regarding Luo Yong and Yi Yuan 2 people's conflict, he had actually been sitting it out and watching the fight all along. As long as it did not affect his journey, no matter how these 2 people quarreled, it did not hurt the important essentials. But he discovered now that the things Yi Yuan hid were too many. What Duanpeng did not expect the most was that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. Just now, the Bug King suddenly emerged. If it were him, he might not come out unscathed either, but Yi Yuan did it. Looking at it this way, Yi Yuan's strength was already not beneath his. While over there, with this delay, Yi Yuan and Yu Jing were surrounded by the fire cloud ice edge bugs very quickly. Yu Jing shouted, Boss Duan, quickly come over and help. Luo Yong looked at Yu Jing, a spiteful look on his face. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, Boss Duan, you have to think clearly. Bringing this kid with us, weal and woe are unknown. Yu Jing saw that the few of them did not have any movements and said in a great panic, Yi Yuan, you can definitely get out yourself. Don't care about me. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned dark, and he said, Shut up. Let's go out together. Hold me tight. Don't let go. Being shouted at by Yi Yuan like this, Yu Jing was immediately frightened until she did not dare to make a sound anymore, grabbing onto Yi Yuan's hand tightly, not daring to loosen up. Yi Yuan's figure moved swiftly. Russ. Plussing over towards the Bug King. Divine dragon trampling. Heaven. Yi Yuan blasted a move out once more, exchanging a blow with the Bug King. One human and one bug retreated several steps again. If it was Yi Yuan alone, he naturally did not fear this Bug King. If not for the sake of finding the antidote, Yi Yuan would be able to kill this Bug King with one sword. But now, he needed these Fire Cloud Ice Edge bugs to bring him to go find the antidote. Once he killed the Bug King, these Fire Cloud Ice Edge bugs would definitely scatter and flee in all directions, and finding the antidote would be impossible. As for spatial law, he used it straight away when he encountered the Bug King just now, but it was negated by the other party. This Bug King seemed to be very sensitive towards spatial fluctuations. Hence, Yi Yuan chose to confront head-on. After retreating with his move, Yi Yuan forcefully endured the countershock and did not stop in the slightest, charging once more. Another divine dragon trampling. Heaven. Bang. Powerful aftershock dispersed in all directions, directly sending those Fire Cloud Ice Edge bugs that attempted to come close flying out, unable to approach at all. Following that, the third time, fourth time, fifth time, this Bug King's strength was truly formidable. If it were the average sixth Firmament Divine Lord, they would also be shocked into minced meat by Yi Yuan's uninterrupted divine dragon trampling. Heaven. But this Bug King was just repelled back several steps each time, then welcomed Yi Yuan's assault once more. Blue patterns flashed on Yi Yuan's body, his fleshy body erupting with unparalleled endurance, launching an assault time and again. Far away, Duan Peng, Luo Yong, and the rest were all dumbstruck with amazement. That series of loud noise gave them an incomparably strong impact. This level of power was sufficient to utterly crush them. So strong. Could this guy's body be forged from meteoric iron? This is killing 800 of your enemy and losing 1,000 of your own. No matter how strong the physical body, it still can't withstand the execution of such martial technique. Luo Yong laughed coldly and said, "Ha, he still wants to be a hero to rescue the beauty. I think that he's almost reaching the limits too, right?" Duan Peng's expression flickered incessantly. He was still struggling whether or not to take action. Yi Yuan was like a madman, launching assaults again and again. Class plussing with the Bug King. Suddenly, Duan Peng clenched his teeth and charged over toward the Bug King. However, right at this time, Yi Yuan launched the 13th assault. Rumble. The Bug King was directly smacked, flying out by the dragon claw. This time, it was unable to stabilize its figure anymore. When Yi Yuan saw this, he could not help being overjoyed, grabbing Yu Jing and Russ. Plussing over. Go! Yi Yuan shouted loudly at the Duan Peng, who rushed over, immediately speeding over. Duan Peng looked at this scene in shock and was speechless for a while. This guy, salt 13 times consecutively, displaying such a powerful martial technique, and was actually still and G with vigor currently, but he also did not dare to stay, immediately running around and fleeing. After that Bug King landed, it crawled up very quickly, lifted its head to the sky, and gave a long roar. Those Fire Cloud Ice Edge bugs received its summoning and pounced toward Yi Yuan, and the rest once more. Chapter 1736, Netherworld Dark Fragrance Flower. 1736, Netherworld Dark Fragrance Flower. Retreated. They retreated. The few people were currently running when those Fire Cloud Ice Edge bugs retreated like tide water, including that Bug King, which also did not dare to come over anymore. Seeing this, the few people all heaved a long sigh in relief. This sea of insects was truly too scary, making them have a feeling of making a trip to and back from the gates of Poork. Stopping, Yi Yuan's injuries could no longer be suppressed and started vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. Yu Jing's expression changed, and she hurriedly supported Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, rather feebly, "I'm fine. I won't die." Yu Jing had a remorseful look. She knew that Yi Yuan would only be injured so badly in order to protect her. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's strength, that Bug King could not stop him at all. Ha ha, the hero rescuing the beauty always need to pay some price. Luo Yong said with a cold smile. The moment Yu Jing heard this, she immediately exploded and scolded angrily. "Surnamed Luo, what do you mean? Just now, asking you all for help, none of you acted. Now, making irresponsible and sarcastic remarks. Can you be more shameless?" Luo Yong had always hankered after Yu Jing a lot, but looking at the current situation, he knew that he had no more hope. Hence, the original enthusiasm became resentment. This was the so-called giving birth to hatred because of love, right? Luo Yong smiled coldly and said, "Yu Jing, you don't get deceived by this brat anymore. He concealed his strength, sneaked into our team. So who knows what's he trying to do? If he's open and above board, why couldn't he tell us earlier?" Yu Jing responded with a cold smile, "Don't think others to be as filthy as you." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Stop quarreling, I'll recover a bit." He fished out a medicinal pill and consumed it and started to meditate on the spot. Soon after, he regained more than half of his strength. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. The medicinal effects of this medicinal pill was also a little too good, right? This place is already the central area of the earth fire. If my conjectures are right, the antidote should be around here. Yi Yuan got up and slowly said. Duan Peng said, "But how do we know what object can cure the poison here?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly, extended his hand, and flipped it. A milky white bug appeared in the palm of his hand. It was shockingly a fire cloud ice edge bug. The bug was very ferocious, having the appearance of baring its fangs and brandis, plussing its claws. But it had restrictions laid down by Yi Yuan and could not break free at all. Using this to find it, the moment Yu Jing saw this, she could not help saying in surprise, "Under that sort of situation earlier, you actually still had time to capture a fire cloud ice edge bug." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Casually caught one. This thing is too weak." Everyone was rendered speechless. Weak? This was a rank 4 fierce beast. Yi Yuan opened his and started to turn around on the spot. Suddenly, the bug in Yi Yuan's palm became restless. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and walked over in that direction. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. Turned out that one could still use this kind of method to find the antidote, truly an eye-opener. Yi Yuan kept on walking forward in that direction. The fire cloud ice edge bug became more and more restless. Suddenly, a stretch of dark red, little flowers appeared ahead. The fire cloud ice edge bug in Yi Yuan's hand suddenly became incomparably frenzied, colliding around inside the restriction wildly. Then there was no more movement. The moment everyone looked, it turned out that the fire cloud ice edge bug was actually already without vitality. It died. Yu Jing forcefully suppressed the joy in her heart and said with a hopeful look, "Yi Yuan, these flowers wouldn't be." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "That's it, won't be wrong." Duan Peng said with a doubtful look, "What flower is this? I never seem to have heard of it before." Those in their line of work, even though they were not as proficient as alchemists, the vast majority of spirit medicines, they recognized them. But this dark red small flower, even though it brimmed with spiritual energy, and the grade was not low, they had never seen before and also never heard before. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Never heard before, then it's right. If everyone has heard of it before, how can a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. possibly be helpless to do anything about the fire cloud ice edge bug's poison? The fire cloud ice edge bug is rare to begin with. The spirit medicines able to resolve its poison were naturally even rarer. Upon thinking, Duanpeng thought so as well. If it was a spirit medicine that everyone knew, this poison would be nothing unusual. Yi Yuan was not long-winded, putting away these spirit medicines swiftly, and did not have the intention of allotting with the rest. But Luo Yong was indignant, and said, "Unhappily, brat, what do you mean by this? This is, at any rate, a rank 4 spirit medicine too. Could it be that you want to pocket it alone?" But Yi Yuan said indifferently, "A spirit medicine whose name isn't even known, you plan on taking it to go sell for money? Don't waste things, all right? This thing placed in your hands is called a wanton waste of G.O.D's good gifts. Placed in my hands, it might be able to yield unusually brilliant results. Moreover, what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Don't you forget, we still have to pass through the fire cloud ice edge bug's territory to go back." At this time, Yi Yuan finally revealed his imposing side, momentum threatening, forcing Luo Yong to not dare to look him in the eyes. At the start, he just did not stoop to haggle over it with this kind of person. He did not expect that this guy jumped more and more merrily. Until now, he still did not figure out his standing. Then he had no need to be courteous anymore. These people were merely guides for Yi Yuan. Luo Yong's face turned stiff when he heard that, and was taken aback by Yi Yuan's powerful aura, and actually did not dare to look Yi Yuan in the eyes anymore. Not just Luo Yong, even Duanpeng also could not quite bear it, and opened his mouth to smooth things over, and said, "This trip was all Brother Yi putting in the effort. These things should be obtained by Brother Yi. Moreover, this flower can only treat the fire cloud ice edge bug's poison. So its usage won't be too broad either. The price won't be too high. Old Luo, just let it go." When Luo Yong heard that, he also took the chance to back down. Giving a cold snort, he stopped talking. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hurry up, we shouldn't stay in this place for long." Roar. His voice had yet to fade when a roar was heard from the dense woods. Everyone's faces changed, taking off running. Yi Yuan sprinted wildly along the way, maintaining composure on the surface. But actually, he was long already overflowing with joy in his heart. These people did not recognize this dark red little flower, but he recognized it. This small flower was called Netherworld Dark Fragrance Flower, a rank 4 spirit medicine extremely abundant in spiritual energy. Using it to refine cultivation medicinal pills, the medicinal effect was more than 10 times of ordinary medicinal pills. It was just that this flower was seriously too rare. Even the heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove back then had merely just seen it once. He did not expect that this thing actually still had the function of resolving the fire cloud ice edge bug's poison. Placed in the world, a medicinal pill could sell for a price of at least 100 billion too. So many netherworld dark fragrance flowers. The value was simply immeasurable. But just as Yi Yuan said, only by placing this spirit medicine in his hands could its true value be displayed. Placed in other people's hands, it was simply a wanton waste of G.O.D's good gifts. However, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan currently used for cultivation were already pretty much depleted. It was precisely the time of shortage between 2 harvests. Now, finding so many netherworld dark fragrance flowers, he did not need to worry about cultivation for a very long period of time in the future anymore. This kind of treasure, Yi Yuan naturally would not let them land in these people's hands. Chapter 1737, Betrayal. Chapter 1737, Betrayal. It was extremely smooth when they came out. Yi Yuan held a netherworld dark fragrance flower in his hand, so those fire cloud ice edge bugs did not dare to approach at all. Even the Bug King also did not dare to easily come forward. It could be seen from this that this thing was really the fire cloud ice edge bug's nemesis. Following that, the party stepped onto the road of finding the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit, and in this party, Yi Yuan's status was also quietly changing. At first, everyone felt that his strength was lacking and that he was here to take advantage of benefits. But now, everyone knew that Yi Yuan could forcefully contend with the Bug King. He absolutely had the strength to contend for superiority with Duanpeng and Luo Yong. After half a month, under Dunpeng's leaders, I plus P, the party finally arrived near the proximity of that cave. Duanpeng's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Not good. Someone came before us." In the GRAS patches ahead, some footprints were faintly discernible. Clearly, someone had beaten them to it. Yi Yuan said, "No need to worry. According to your description, the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit isn't fully mature currently. Even if someone discovers it, they also would not go and harvest it right now." Duanpeng's heart eased up slightly, but still became somewhat worried. Having more compet, tours, this was not a good thing. At this point, one could only showcase their true abilities. Right at this time, 7 to 8 figures dashed out of the dense woods, completely blocking off the road. The one in the lead was a burly man, holding a large ringed saber in his hand, and overwhelmingly intimidating. Duanpeng's face changed, and he cried out in shock, "Qi Dongyu, it's you all." Qi Dongyu laughed and said, "Ha, I was wondering who it was. Turns out that it's you. Duanpeng, you're also here for the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit, right? Get lost. This place is taken charge by your father." The other squad had 8 people. Just the 6th Firmament Divine Lords had 4. Hence, Qi Dongyu did not take Duanpeng seriously at all. Duanpeng's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Qi Dongyu, what right do you have to do this? This place was discovered by me first." Qi Dongyu burst into laughter and said, "You discovered it? Ha ha, Duanpeng. Do you feel that I am bored and specially came to amuse me? What right? Based on the fact that I win in numbers. Isn't this younger brother, Luo Yong?" Qi Dongyu suddenly saw Luo Yong at Duanpeng's side and was clearly a little surprised. When Luo Yong saw Qi Dongyu, he was immediately wildly ecstatic inwardly. Qi Dongyu seeing him at this time, he chuckled and said, "Elder brother Qi, I didn't expect to run into you here. King I have had enough. Elder brother, I'll join you all right now." As he said, Luo Yong's figure moved directly DOS. Plussing over. Duanpeng's face changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Luo Yong, what's the meaning of this?" Luo Yong sneered and said, "What's the meaning? Ha, along the way, I have had enough of you annoying cowards. You guys opposed me in all aspects for this kid, and even hoped for me to help you. If not for the sake of the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruit, I would have quit long ago. Now, running into Elder Brother Qi, your father naturally has to join their company." The moment Yujing heard this, she said angrily, "Luo Yong, it was clearly you who made things difficult for Yi Yuan in all aspects along the way. Now, you're actually playing the blame game." Luo Yong smiled coldly and said, Shut up for your father. You clearly know that I'm interested in you, yet you engage in lover's talk with this gigolo along the way. It was on purpose, wasn't it?" Duanpeng said in a solemn voice, "Luo Yong, you dare to betray your team. Do you still want to survive in this circle in the future?" Qi Dongyu had been observing from the sidelines all along and already pretty much understood the situation on Duanpeng's side. Seeing Duanpeng questioning, he spoke up, You rest assured no one will know. These few are all brothers that this chi can trust. If they don't say, naturally no one will know. This meaning was already very clearly. They were prepared to murder them to keep their mouths shut at this time. Hearing that, Duan Peng's expression changed drastically, but Luo Yong got it and let out a wild laugh as he said, "Ha ha, Duan Peng, do you see it? This is called brothers. Wanna blame that brat." Chi Dongyu said to Luo Yong, "Coming out this time, I was originally going to call you brother. Seeing that you haven't returned yet, I missed you, but I didn't expect to meet here." These two people were the so-called people of the same ilk being drawn to each other. Their relations, I plus P, was very good. Otherwise, Luo Yong also would not immediately turn traitor the moment he saw Chi Dongyu. Luo Yong said with a loud laugh, "Elder brother, this Luo doesn't want anything. Just kill this kid. I hope that elder brother will lend me a helping hand." Chi Dongyu looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Younger brother Luo against a third firmament divine lord. You actually still need me to take action? What's with you?" Luo Yong said with a solemn look, "Elder brother, don't underestimate this kid. He previously clashed with a peak middle stage rank 4 bug king and didn't fall into a disadvantageous situation. His strength is absolutely not behind yours and mine." The moment these words came out, the expressions on Chi Dongyu's side all changed slightly. A third firmament divine lord could actually clash with a peak middle stage rank 4 bug king. This was too fake, right? However, Chi Dongyu also knew that at this time, Luo Yong absolutely would not crack jokes with him. Hence, he also took it seriously. Ji Shao, the three of you deal with Duan Peng. This kid, I'll attack together with younger brother Luo. The others, apart from that girlie, kill them all. Chi Dongyu arranged things. Yu Jing panicked when she saw the situation and said, "Yi Yuan, quickly go. With your strength, you can definitely escape." Following Luo Yong's betrayal, it was currently a 9 versus 5 situation. Furthermore, among the other side's 9 people, there were 5 who were 6th firmament divine lord experts. Even though Yu Jing had witnessed Yi Yuan's strength before, she did not think that Yi Yuan could still defy the heavens under this sort of situation. Chi Dongyu laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "Escape? Girlie, don't you know that my Chi's speed is unparalleled under the heavens? With me around, he'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings." The Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled and said, "Escape? When did I say that I was going to escape?" Chi Dongyu laughed when he heard that and said, "Punk, very gutsy. However, it's no use. Resign yourself to fate." Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked toward Luo Yong and said, "I didn't fuss over it with you previously, but I didn't expect that you went from bad to worse and even want to doom your companions to death now. People like you shouldn't live in this world." Luo Yong laughed loudly and said, "I shouldn't live in this world? Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, this is the funniest joke that I've heard since I entered the mountain. Elder brother Chi, don't talk rubbish with him any longer. Let us make him know who shouldn't live in this world. Okay, I'll challenge this kid and see if he's as impressive as you said." As he said, Chi Dongyu brandished the large ringed saber and hacked toward Yi Yuan. At the same time, Luo Yong moved too, with 2 mighty 6th firmament divine lords attacking at the same time. The commotion was Astoni's. I plussing, especially Chi Dongyu. His speed was really very fast. The seemingly Bursum great ringed saber arrived in front of Yi Yuan's face in a blink of an eye. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, a seal rapidly forming in his hand. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan displayed spatial law, dodging Chi Dongyu's saber nimbly. taking the chance where his saber momentum already died down. The seal suddenly released. Nirvana seal. Luo Yong knew that Qi Dongyu's saber could not hack Yi Yuan, and was just about to follow up with a sword, but discovered that a terrifying energy undulation was sent towards him. Bang! A loud bang. Luo Yong directly flew out backward, fresh blood spraying wildly, his aura withering rapidly. You seem to have misunderstood something. Not killing you is because you're too weak, and not because you're too strong, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 1738, Clay Chickens and Pottery Dogs. Chapter 1738, Clay Chickens and Pottery Dogs. With one seal, Luo Yong was heavily injured and dying. With Yi Yuan's realm getting higher and higher, the power of the Nirvana seal also grew with each pass. Sing Day. Back then, when Yi Yuan just entered Third Firmament Divine Vortex, his strength already surpassed, said the Sixth Firmament Divine, Lord Xiaoyun. Now, he already reached peak Third Firmament Divine Vortex. Strength like Luo Yong's was not worth mentioning at all in front of him. What was laughable was that he even provoked Yi Yuan along the way. Getting hit by the Nirvana seal, Luo Yong's vitality was rapidly fading away, his eyes full of disbelief. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, but he never thought that when Yi Yuan fought with the Bug King, it was actually not his full strength yet. A body cultivator? It was simply a joke. How could he know that back then Yuan was just restricted by all sorts of conditions? It was not convenient to kill the Bug King. That was all. What was exhibited was naturally not his true strength. At this time, the others also stopped fighting, looking over toward this side in surprise. Qi Dongyu's expression was very ugly. His saber actually could not even touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Spatial law. Was this kid a freak? How could he comprehend such a mysterious power of law? Elder brother Qi, save me! Luo Yong used the last of his strength and shouted. Qi Dongyu's expression changed several times. Suddenly, he said savagely, "You'd n thing to actually dare scam me. Go and die." Finished talking. Qi Dongyu swung the great ringed saber. A streak of saber light cleaved over. The pitiful Luo Yong was directly cleaved into two. Before dying, he was still hoping for Qi Dongyu to save me. Who knew that Qi Dongyu gave him a slash with a backhand? Qi Dongyu ended Luo Yong with one saber, cupped his fists at Yi Yuan, and said with a smile, "Ha, little brother, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. This Luo Yong was clearly making use of me. I HPE that little brother doesn't take it to heart." This scene turned around too quickly. Everyone was dumbstruck with astonishment. This Qi Dongyu was also a little too shameless, right? But in the Sky Demon Mountain range, this kind of thing would frequently happen. After the surprise, everyone felt at ease. In this place, there were only eternal interests, no forever enemies. Duan Peng also heaved a long sigh in relief. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful, one-shotting Luo Yong in one move. Clearly, Qi Dongyu felt that he was not to be trifled with and shrink back. Yi Yuan had been watching from the sidelines with cold eyes, all along watching Qi Dongyu perform. But at this time, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Misunderstanding? I don't think that it's a misunderstanding. If my strength was lacking, the one lying on the ground right now would be me, isn't it?" Qi Dongyu said with an awkward look. This was really just a misunderstanding. Little brother, we wouldn't reach a concord without discord. In the future, Qi Dongyu, will be making friends with you. Yi Yuan looked at Qi Dongyu and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Looks like you haven't figured out the situation. Becoming friends with me, are you worthy?" Qi Dongyu's expression changed, and his face turned sullen as he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, we'll have a chance to meet again. In this Sky Demon mountain range. Everybody will meet sooner or later. Must you insist on fighting to the death? Your strength is pretty good, but we have 4 sixth firmament divine lords. If we really fight it out to the bitter end, it's still unknown who lives and dies." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled and said, "You're really confident." Qi Dongyu smiled coldly and said, "Confident? Your father has roamed unobstructed in the Sky Demon mountain range for so many years. How could I survive without a little confidence? W.A.N. Ji Shao. Looks like this little brother wants to test our skills. Attack together." Those 3 sixth firmament divine lords also gathered over. When they heard that, Duan Peng had just let out a sigh in relief, thinking that this matter was over. Did not expect that Yi Yuan actually refused to drop the matter. Although Yi Yuan was very strong, fighting 2-on-4 was still too disadvantageous. But at this time, his only option was to stand together with Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Boss Duan, you just watch by the side. Just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. This young master doesn't pay any attention to them yet." Everyone was taken aback. Qi Dongyu let out a big laugh and said, "Ha ha, a fine clay chickens and pottery dogs. Your father wants to see if you have real skills or you're bragging." Yi Yuan drew the Junyi sword and said coolly, "Wouldn't you know if you try it?" While talking, an overpowering sword intent surged to the sky. His figure also became illusory. Qi Dongyu's countenance suddenly changed, and he cried out, "Law's fusion!" However, there was already no time for him to be shocked. Yi Yuan already rushed over. Yi Yuan, who displayed spatial law, how fast was his movements? He did not employ the spirit concealing sword at all. Ordinary law's fusion. The power was already exceedingly formidable. Yi Yuan rushed into the midst of the 4, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, suppressing until the 4 people could not lift their heads at all. In a blink, the 4 people's bodies were all injured. Yi Yuan caught a gap, thrust a sword out, and pierced over towards Qi Dongyu's heart. Qi Dongyu was greatly alarmed. Wanting to dodge was already too late. He instinctively raised the great ringed saber to block. Clank! A crisp sound of metal class. Plussing came over. Qi Dongyu's pupils gradually widened, his vitality rapidly fading away. Yi Yuan's sword broke the great ringed saber into 2, the remnant force not reducing, going straight into the heart. "Do you think you're clay chickens and pottery dogs or not?" Yi Yuan said coolly. The other 3 people gasped heavily for air, their bodies all sustaining considerable injuries, eyes full of horror. This 3rd firmament divine lord in front of them was too strong. Strong until it made people despair. Duan Peng watched until his face turned white and said in shock, "Qi Dongyu's Ghost King Great Ringed Saber is a middle-grade divine lord mystic treasure. It was actually cut in half by a sword." Although Yi Yuan's sword was a high-grade divine lord mystic treasure, wanting to break a middle-grade divine lord mystic treasure was also not that easy. One could imagine how powerful the force on Yi Yuan's one sword was. Yi Yuan put away the long sword. Qi Dongyu fell to the ground weakly and was already devoid of life. How could W.A.N. Ji Shao 3 people still dare to make a move? Directly kneeling down, he said with a mournful face, "Why, Your Excellency, spare our lives." This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. "I beg Your Excellency to spare our lives." Yi Yuan ignored them and said to Duan Peng, "Boss Duan, these people will be left to you to deal with." This kind of thing, Boss Duan was naturally the most adept. He sized all of the things these people entered the mountain with, then directly made them get lost. Since Yi Yuan left it to him to deal with, he naturally did not have the intention of killing anymore. Duan Peng had lived for so many years, he could naturally perceive this. Qi Dongyu's party really acquired quite a number of good things. They could be sold at a high price. Of course, these natural treasures, Duan Peng, naturally let Yi Yuan have the first pick. Regarding spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had always welcomed all that came. He picked some that he needed, but the rest, he did not take fancy to them. Done with all this, only then did everyone let out a sigh in relief. Gazes that looked at Yi Yuan again were already totally different. Even Duan Peng, his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan was also full of awe. All right, it's also about time. The silver-wing earth spirit fruit is likely about to mature. Those purple-eyed devil apes are probably unable to hold themselves back anymore. In a while, I'll go lure the purple-eyed devil apes away. You guys go and pick the silver-wing earth spirit fruit and green vine emerald net flower. Bring this powder on you. If those dark night poison bats attack you guys, scatter this over, they won't dare to get close. As he said, Yi Yuan fished out several packets of medicinal powder and threw it to the few people. Chapter 1739, Purple-Eyed Devil Ape. Chapter 1739, Purple-Eyed Devil Ape. The party quietly sneaked over toward the cave. Suddenly, a series of roars came from in front. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Not good, this aura." The purple-eyed devil ape went berserk. The other people's faces also turned pale. The horrifying aura coming from in front made their hearts palpitating. Duan Peng's complexion was ashen as he said, "Once the purple-eyed devil ape goes berserk, its strength rivals a seventh firmament divine lord. What should we do?" Everyone seemed to be in deep thoughts due to his words. But this was interrupted when they saw a purple-eyed devil ape in a BLOODY battle with a behemoth. That behemoth's strength was also peerlessly powerful, already reaching peak middle stage rank 4. However, the purple-eyed devil ape, after going berserk, was obviously a notch stronger. A pair of enormous fists were like two cannon, ALLS, beating that behemoth until it did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan's eyesight was excellent. One look, and he saw that the silver-wing earth spirit fruit within the cave was already mature. This behemoth was clearly drawn over by it. Once the purple-eyed devil ape took care of this behemoth, it would definitely go pluck the silver-wing earth spirit fruit straight away. It's a scarlet-armored beast. No wonder it could force the purple-eyed devil ape to go berserk. Yi Yuan said. Yu Jing sensed the purple-eyed devil ape's raging strength. Her face was white as a sheet of paper as she said, "Yi Yuan, why don't we give up? This purple-eyed devil ape is too powerful. Even though your strength is strong." But Yu Jing did not continue, but her meaning was already very clear. Yi Yuan most likely was not this purple-eyed devil ape's match, so it was better to not take the risk. Everyone had a score in their hearts. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was extremely powerful and could even one-shot 6th Firmament Divine Lord powerhouses facing off against 7th Firmament Divine Lords, it was still not enough. Between a 7th Firmament Divine Lord and a 6th Firmament Divine Lord, there was a bottleneck. The strength difference was tremendous. If Yi Yuan could break through to become a 4th Firmament Divine Lord, it would be a cinch. However, Yi Yuan was only a 3rd Firmament Divine Lord right now. He was 2 stages away from the berserk, purple-eyed devil ape. This kind of gap was not what talent could make up for. After all, between each minor realm of the Divine Lord realm, the gap was tremendous too, let alone 2 stages. Duan Peng opened his mouth and did not speak. He knew that he did not have the right to speak currently, but letting him retreat right now, he was indeed unwilling. accompanying Yi Yuan into the evil water ravine. He took on a great risk too. In the end, it was all for naught. How could he be willing? Right at this time, they could hear a loud noise in the distance. The purple-eyed devil ape's iron fist directly blasted the scarlet-armored beast flying, causing it to be dead until it could not be, or more deader. Yi Yuan's expression changed, his figure scurrying out like lightning. Carry out according to the original plan. Throwing down this sentence, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he already swept to the vicinity of the purple-eyed devil ape. The four people's expressions changed drastically, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so decisive. Wanting to stop, it was already too late as well. Duan Peng's expression changed several times, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yi is truly someone who values friends. I+P. Being able to find him this time was my Duan Peng's blessing." Among the Sky Demon Mountain Ranges teams, being able to run into this kind of friend, that was really a rare species. Yu Jing said with a worried look, "Yeah, Brother Yi is a good person." As the saying went, a friend in need is a friend indeed. It was pretty much like this. Facing a powerful adversary, Yi Yuan stepped forward bravely without any hesitation. This sentiment, who could remain unmoved? Yi Yuan stepped into the void and rushed over toward the cave. His goal was shockingly the silverwing earth spirit fruit. The purple-eyed devil ape had just resolved a powerful foe. It did not expect another one to spring out again. It was angered until it bellowed wildly. It was currently in a berserk state. Its aura was extremely powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan, it raised its hand. It was a punch, the speed swift to the extreme. With the purple-eyed devil ape under a berserk state, regardless of whether it was power or speed, it soared dramatically. Even if Yi Yuan used spatial law, the difference was still too big. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Yi Yuan clashed with the purple-eyed devil ape. The moment he made his move, it was his strongest attack. Spirit concealing, sword rumble. Yi Yuan felt his internal organs, SHI+feeted positions, figure flying out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly in the air. But the purple-eyed devil ape was also not much better. This sword of Yi Yuan was incomparably swift and fierce, and actually opened up a wound on its chest. Roar! Roar! The purple-eyed devil ape was thoroughly enraged. A third firmament divine, Lord Human, actually injured it. Fierce beasts had savage and cruel temperaments to begin with. Under its rage at this time, it went even more utterly crazy. In the distance, Duan Peng and the rest revealed appalled looks, looking at this scene in extreme shock. So strong. Turns out that this is Brother Ye's true strength. That sword earlier was really too terrifying. Duan Peng said in shock. A third firmament divine, Lord, actually injured the purple-eyed devil ape after going berserk, crossing 2 stages. This is too inconceivable. Yu Jing exclaimed. No wonder Brother Yi has always been calm and composed. Turns out that Luo Yong, they all were simply clowns jumping around in his eyes. Ordinary third, firmament divine lords, forget about class. HI+ing with the purple-eyed devil ape, they could be smacked into minced meat by a palm wind of the other party more than several hundred feet away. But Yi Yuan actually forcefully exchanged a blow with the purple-eyed devil ape and even injured the other party. This subverted common sense too much. Suddenly, Duan Peng's face changed, and he said, "Wait, after this guy goes berserk, regardless whether defense or recovery ability, it can be rated as freakies. H. Plus this bit of injury is simply nothing to it. It was only to see the wound on the purple-eyed devil ape's chest in the midst of recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Roar! The purple-eyed devil ape lifted its head to the sky and gave a long roar, pounded its chest twice fiercely, Then its figure flew out like a cannonball. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this purple-eyed devil ape was actually so powerful. That sword just now was virtually his strongest attack already. It actually only left behind a shallow wound on the other party's body. But his goal was not to clash head-on with the purple-eyed devil ape, but to draw the other party away. Hence, he borrowed the countershock figure DOS. Plussing out like lightning. So fast. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart. This purple-eyed devil ape's speed seemed to exceed his expectations. Yi Yuan, who comprehended spatial law, his speed far said ordinary peoples. Even sixth firmament divine lords also could not keep up with his speed. But this purple-eyed devil ape, after going berserk, was actually even faster than him. Yi Yuan had already not felt such a strong sense of oppression for very long. He did not expect that he was forced to such a degree by a fierce beast today. One ape and one human, both figures were extremely swift, Vanis. Plussing from everyone's line of sight in a blink. Duan Peng brought everyone, and revealed their figures speeding over in the direction of the cave swiftly. Yu Jing was very fluid. Teared and said, "That purple-eyed devil ape's speed is so fast. Brother Yi will be fine, right?" Yu Jing was very worried about Yi Yuan, her words already carrying sobbing. Duan Peng's expression was also very ugly, but he still said, "This is the chance that Brother Yi risked his life to create for us. If we can't even do this well, then we'd be letting him down too much. Brother Yi is a lucky fellow. He'll definitely be fine." Chapter 1740 Time Lag. Chapter 1740 Time Lag. Not far away, there was a plant as tall as half a normal person's height. On the plant, 7 to 8 bluish-white fruits were growing on it. They were shockingly the Silverwing Earth Spirit fruits. Duan Peng few people went up and collected all of these Silverwing Earth Spirit fruits into their bags, without any obstruction. Following that, they walked toward the depths of the cave, and indeed discovered a large area of green vine emerald net flowers. Duan Peng said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Brother Yi is truly a rare talent, knowing the habits of these spirit medicines like the palm of his hands." Yu Jing said, "He can even resolve the poison of the fire cloud ice edge bug. So what does this bit count for?" Duan Peng nodded his head and said, "Everybody get ready. Be careful of the Dark Night poison bat's sneak attack." The few people nodded in response, preparing the powder that Yi Yuan gave. At this point, they were already thoroughly convinced in Yi Yuan's strength. Yi Yuan said that this powder was useful, then it was definitely useful. Otherwise, these Dark Night poison bats' danger level was not the slightest bit inferior to the purple-eyed devil apes. How could they dare to move? The few people made preparations and started gathering the green vine emerald net flowers. Right at this time, a series of wing-flapping sounds came from within the cave, only to see a densely packed large swarm of bats pouncing over towards the 4 people viciously. These bats were all the size of a human head, fierce-looking incomparably ferocious. "Withdraw!" Duan Peng suddenly gave a loud roar, directly scattering the powder Yi Yuan made into the air. The others also did the same. Squeak, squeak. The originally aggressive and fierce Dark Night poison bats suddenly gave off shrill screams. Those bats, stained by the powder, struggled for a moment and turned into a pool of blood very quickly. The other Dark Night poison bats were also akin to facing a great enemy, circling around in the sky, not daring to approach. When the few people saw this scene, they could not help being dumbfounded with shock. This powder is so powerful. Rank 4 fierce beasts were exterminated in a blink of an eye. This thing is simply like corpse-melting powder, but the power is G. Oh, D knows how many times greater. Duan Peng was secretly alarmed and said in a solemn voice, "Move faster!" The few people did not dare to delay, putting away these green vine emerald net flowers hurriedly. Those dark night poison bats watched the few people's actions helplessly, but did not dare to move forward. The powder suffused in the air was a deadly threat to them. Duan Peng and the rest gathered all of these green vine emerald net flowers and also retreated hurriedly. When the few people exited the cave, a peerlessly powerful aura suddenly arrived from the distance with a howl. Duan Peng's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in shock, "Not good! It's the purple-eyed devil ape!" Could Yu Jing's tears flowed down, shaking her head in an unwillingness to believe as she said, "No, Brother Yi, he won't die." Duan Peng said in a solemn voice, "Now's not the time to be saying this, being caught up by the purple-eyed devil ape. We'd be dead for sure. Quickly run." How could the few people dare to stay? All of them mustered their speed to the limits, wanting to shake off the purple-eyed devil ape. Roar! Roar! The purple-eyed devil ape's roars arrived close from afar, its speed swift to the extreme. Duan Peng turned his head to look, his heart immediately turning cold. That purple-eyed devil ape was extremely berserk right now, with its two enormous eyes emitting a purple light that stirred people's souls. This was the hallmark of the purple-eyed devil ape being berserk to the limit. The purple-eyed devil ape under this state, its strength was the most terrifying. One had to know even Yi Yuan could not shake off the purple-eyed devil ape, let alone these people. Among the four people, Yu Jing's strength was the weakest, her speed also the slowest. In a whistle, the purple-eyed devil ape already caught up. Suddenly, Yu Jing stopped, looked at the purple-eyed devil ape with a decisive look, and said, "You animal to actually kill Brother Yi, I'll fight it out with you." Finished talking. She used all of her strength and rushed over towards the purple-eyed devil ape with a sword. Yu Jing knew that this was a suicide attack, but she already did not want to run anymore. When Duan Peng and the rest saw this scene, they could not help turning pale with fright. But he already revealed a decisive look, gritted his teeth, and said, "F*** King H. E. L. L. Your father will fight it out with you too. Everybody attack together. Avenge Brother Yi." Done talking, he suddenly erupted, and actually arrived, first despite launching later, charging over towards the purple-eyed devil ape. However, the devil ape until the purple-eyed state, its imposing momentum, was truly incomparably dreadful. Before arriving near it, the four people already felt tremendous pressure, as if their movements also became sluggish. Roar! The purple-eyed devil ape's iron arm swept. A terrifying palm wind swept over. The palm wind had yet to arrive, and it already blew until the four people were reeling from right to left. It was not a fight on the same level at all. The purple-eyed devil ape's slap was too fast, arriving in front of the four people in a flash. This palm landing, the four would absolutely die. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly charged out of the void, shooting straight for the purple-eyed devil ape's eyes. This was too sudden. Even the purple-eyed devil ape did not react as well. But the purple-eyed devil ape's reaction speed could be rated as fast, the other iron arm immediately smacking its palm over toward that figure. Puchi! Roar! Duan Peng four people were smacked flying. Yi Yuan, who rushed out of the void, was similarly smacked flying. However, the purple-eyed devil ape's eyes were injured by Yi Yuan's swift and fierce sword energy, being in pain until it kept howling. "Hide further away." Yi Yuan spewed out a large mouthful of blood as he shouted fiercely. Seeing that Yi Yuan was not dead, the four people could not help being overjoyed. Hearing Yi Yuan's roar, they also abruptly startled awake and dodged far away. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his shocked internal organs once more and put away the Junyi sword. Taking the chance, when the purple-eyed devil ape was crying out in pain, the Tai Chi diagram in his hand suddenly appeared. Far away, when Duan Peng and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. This is the legendary Great Tao Pill refinement. My G, O.D., Duanpeng said in shock, only to see a medicinal pill gradually condense and form in the center of the Tai Chi diagram. Previously, the purple-eyed devil ape was chasing Yi Yuan, looking as if it was about to catch up. But the purple-eyed devil ape suddenly turned around and went back in the direction of the cave. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help turning pale with fright, knowing that this guy's intellect was rather high, and already realized that this was a scheme to lure the tiger out of the mountains. Yi Yuan secretly thought to himself that this was not good. At the rate of this speed, the few of them would probably find it very hard to escape. He knew that this battle was likely unavoidable already, originally thought that luring the enemy away from its base could work, who knew that this purple-eyed devil ape's intellect far exceeded his imagination. But with his current strength, he was not the purple-eyed devil ape's match at all. In his haste, Yi Yuan's figure shuttled, entering the world-suppressing steel, and let Ning Tianping urge the purple extreme hall to fly speedily in the direction of the cave. Inside the world-suppressing steels, S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan used the netherworld dark fragrance flower that was just obtained and started to carry out a pill refinement. Originally, Ning Tianping had been urging the purple extreme hall all along, quietly following Yu Jing and the rest, only waiting for Yi Yuan's refinement to succeed. Who knew that at this time? Yu Jing actually turned around and clashed head-on with the purple-eyed devil ape. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only give up on the pill refinement and made a move to sneak attack the purple-eyed devil ape in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. However, the medicinal pill was refined halfway. If it could not refine successfully, it was still death. This bit of injury was not fatal to the purple-eyed devil ape. Hence, Yi Yuan directly refined the medicinal embryo inside the profound yellow cauldron and immediately refined the pill with great Tao. Because of the time lag, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill already reached the final juncture. In this short while, Yi Yuan shouted, "Condense," fiercely. The medicinal pill was finally refined successfully. Chapter 1741, Leaving Alone. Chapter 1741, Leaving Alone. Yi Yuan did not say a word and swallowed the medicinal pill. Raging spiritual energy was instantly converted into divine essence, pouring into the divine vortex. Bang! The divine vortex within Yi Yuan's body started quaking once more. Not only did his divine vortex not become bigger, but it also shrunk up even more under some kind of mysterious force instead. Around Yi Yuan, spiritual energy surged crazily, bolts of blue lightning flash. Plussing around him intermittently, looking very astonies. Plussing. This medicinal pill was called Dark Fragrance Concentration Pill, a pill formula in Immortal Grove's hands. The medicinal effect was extremely strong. It was just that the netherworld dark fragrance flower was too rare, so this pill formula was virtually useless. Yi Yuan reached peak third firmament divine vortex in the first place, and was only a step away from fourth firmament divine vortex. Now, under the impact of this colossal spiritual energy, Yi Yuan's breakthrough happened without extra effort. As if sensing Yi Yuan's steadily rising aura, the purple-eyed devil ape pounced over toward Yi Yuan once more. This purple-eyed devil ape was clearly very intelligent and was able to sense Yi Yuan's might. Now, seeing that his breakthrough was near at hand, it decided to interrupt his breakthrough. The expressions of Duanpeng and the rest changed. Duanpeng warned in a loud voice, "Brother Yi, be careful." At this time, the purple-eyed devil ape's eyes were purplish red, looking incomparably demonic. His speed and power seemed to be even greater than before. In a blink, a punch arrived in front of Yi Yuan. The purple-eyed devil ape bellowed wildly to no end, appearing very excited. This punch landing, this N human would definitely turn to ashes, because this human already did not have time to back down. Bang! Ah! A cry of surprise came from Duan Peng, that side. But the scene that followed left them dumbfounded with shock. The purple-eyed devil ape's punch going down, Yi Yuan was safe and sound. But it was akin to being struck by lightning, directly being blasted far away. The purple-eyed devil ape fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. There were still some blue lightning dancing on its body. Duan Peng and the rest exchanged glances, looking at this scene in disbelief, dumbfounded looks on their faces. What happened? Why did the purple-eyed devil ape fall by itself? Don't know. The power of that punch just now was so strong, but it seemed like it smashed on his own body. Brother Yi is really too strange. When breaking through, one actually can't get close to him. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan's aura finally climbed to the peak and broke through the bottleneck of fourth firmament divine vortex in one go. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a different person than before. Yi Yuan breaking through a minor realm, the amount of spiritual energy required was more than several dozen times of ordinary martial artists. Breaking through a stag this time, it was even more of thick ACCU, mulations erupting. How much stronger was his aura compared to before? Even separated so far away, Duan Peng and the rest could also feel Yi Yuan's might. Duan Peng's face changed slightly, and he said, "So strong. I feel like if he wanted to kill me now, just twitching his fingers will do." The others nodded silently, clearly agreeing to this very much. Even Duan Peng had this feeling, let alone them. Yi Yuan walked to the purple-eyed devil ape's side slowly. The purple-eyed devil ape was still twitching on the ground currently. He said coolly, "I know that you can understand me. This matter was indeed our fault, so I won't kill you. Go." The purple-eyed devil ape twitched twice before crawling to its feet with some difficulty, and knelt down very human-like, and kowtowed toward Yi Yuan. Clearly, it was thanking his grace of not killing it. The purple light in the purple-eyed devil ape's eyes already completely faded, but it also seemed to have suffered a serious illness or a diminution. Plussing drastically. Duan Peng and the rest also came over and was very perplexed by Yi Yuan's way of doing things as one asked, "Brother Yi, he almost killed us just now. Why let him go?" One had to know when Yi Yuan killed Luo Yong and Qi Dongyu previously, he was not as soft-hearted as now. Yi Yuan said coolly, "All lives have spirituality. Those who should be killed, while those who shouldn't be killed shouldn't be killed." It guarded the silver wing earth spirit fruit for many years, but was head away by us. If we commit any more killing sin, it goes against nature and reason. Leave a ray of hope when conducting oneself. The few people exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan waved his hand. The purple-eyed devil ape was akin to being granted amnesty, immediately sprinting away. Regarding Yi Yuan's decision, Duan Peng and the rest naturally did not dare to have the least bit of objection. He had an excited look as he said, "Brother Ye's strength is truly inconceivable. This trip, if not for you, the few of us would probably have died until not even dregs remain. This Duan thanks Brother Ye's life-saving grace here. These silver wing earth spirit fruits and green vine emerald net flowers, please accept them." As he said, Duan Peng handed a storage ring over. Yi Yuan smiled and pushed the storage ring back and said coolly, "A man's promise cannot be taken back. Once made, how can I go back on my word now? These things, the few of you divide them." Duan Peng had a difficult look as he said, "Brother Yi, I don't have other intentions. I just feel apologetic." Yi Yuan said, "I've received your goodwill, but I have my own principles. These things, I won't accept them." Actually, these two spirit medicines, Yi Yuan was naturally not indifferent to them. It was just that he had his own principles. Previously, in order to make Duan Peng, they all go to the evil water ravine, since he made the promise he would not go back on it. Moreover, these few years, Yi Yuan followed Duan Peng they all, and also pretty much inquired about some of the Sky Demon Mountain Ranges things. These spirit medicines, just take it as remuneration. Duan Peng said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Brother Yi is truly trusting. This Duan has traversed in this Sky Demon Mountain Range for many years. What I learned was all mutual suspicion and deception. Meeting Brother Yi today, I'm truly ashamed." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Everyone's standpoint is different. In this Sky Demon Mountain Range, wanting to live naturally can't dispense with mutual suspicion and deception. If I were here, I might not be better than Brother Duan." At this time, Yu Jing came up and said, "Brother Yi, you're really different from the average person." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, this trip is done. Everyone, I'll say goodbye here then." Yu Jing's face changed, and she said in surprise, "You're not going back with us?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm making a trip to the Demon G. Oh, D plane, and won't be going back with you all?" Duan Peng said in surprise, "Brother Yi, the demon divine region is abnormally perilous, and there are countless great demons. It's too dangerous for you to head there alone." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I naturally know this, but I have reasons that I must go. Elder Sister Jing, after you go back, let your brother eat these spirit medicines. In less than half a month, he'll sure be cured. At that time, you'll be able to return to your hometowns." Hearing the news that Yi Yuan was going to leave, her heart seemed to be ked by something. But so many years of making a living in the Sky Demon Mountain Range, Yu Jing was no longer that kind of young girl anymore. She forcefully held back years, gave Yu Jing a salute with her hands folded at the lower right side, and said, "Many thanks for Brother Yi Yuan's great kindness. Elder Sister Jing will definitely remember it well." Yi Yuan smiled and bade farewell to everyone. Seeing Yi Yuan's back view vanish into the dense forest, Duan Peng sighed and said, "Sister Jing, Brother Yi is destined to be someone that doesn't belong in the same world as us." Chapter 1742, Priest Temple. Chapter 1742, Priest Temple Tyrant. Origin: Imperial City was a high-order imperial city near the Sky Demon Mountain Range at the Demon G. O.D. Plain. The demon race was different from humans. Due to the many races, conflicts would frequently erupt among them. Furthermore, some demon races were extremely intelligent, not even the slightest inferior to humans. These demon races transformed into the appearance of humans and also established their own faces. Hence, in the Demon G.O.D. Plain, one city after another rose from the ground, just like the humans. Of course, there was also a portion of extremely intelligent demon races that did not condescend to transform. They lived in the Sky Demon Mountain Range, ruling over a large number of territories, living a life of being a local despot. Outside Tyrant Origin Imperial City's Priest Temple, a group of young demons had excited faces. Today was the day the Priest Temple recruited apprentices. Quite a number of young demons all gathered at the Priest Temple to take part in the test, wanting to become a priest trainee. In the demon race, becoming a priest of the Priest Temple was a very sacred thing. The Priest Temple was similar to the Alchemist A.S. Association, but was also somewhat different. Even if these demons could refine medicinal pills, they might not be able to become a real priest too. Only by reaching a certain strength and getting the approval of the Priest Temple's elders could one become a true priest. Once become a priest, one would possess a very lofty standing in the demon race. Even demons that had yet to take human form also would not easily offend a priest, because the priest temple was created by an extremely powerful major power of the demon race. It had a paramount status in the entire demon race. Saw that? That's the priest trainee Kong Lin, that Master Hurong took in the last time. I heard that he already officially became a priest last year. Really envious of him. Priest apprentices. I plus P is too hard to pass. I already took more than 10 times and didn't pass. It. You only took roughly over a dozen times. I already took hundreds of times and didn't pass. It's all the same. Each trainee test. It's already pretty good to have 2 people admitted. But this time, the most promising one should be Mu Yuan-chun, right? Young demons were discussing animatedly, all lamenting at the difficulty of the priest trainee test. Clearly, it was not an easy thing to become a true priest in the demon race. The priest exam was carried out once every 10 years. Not pass. Sing several dozen times. That was 1,000 years' time. Spending 1,000 years on one thing, but not even reaching the entry level, it could be imagined how great the difficulty of this test was. At this time, a figure slowly walked into the priest's temple, immediately drawing a series of sidelong glances. A human. Why did a human come to the priest temple for? He went to the registration office. Is it possible that he's going to take part in the priest examination? Is this human a fool? How can a human possibly refine a demon divine pill? A 4th firmament divine, Lord Human, was actually not beaten to death after entering the city. This is simply a miracle. This human was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who arrived at the Demon G. D plane after pass, sing through the Sky Demon Mountain Range. Yi Yuan inquired about a relatively safe route from Duan Peng they all, and he finally said through the Sky Demon Mountain Range with only scares but no danger. However, the Demon G, D-plane was far too big. Wanting to find White Light's news was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. He heard about the priest temple from Dustless there. Hence, he thought of a method to make use of the priest temple's powerful influence to search for White Light. That was why there was the scene of signing up for the priest examination currently. Senior, I wish to sign up for the priest examination, Yi Yuan said to the registration old man. That old man looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look and shook his head as he said, how can a human partake 1p 8 in the priest temple's assessment go to one side, keep causing trouble, and this old man won't be courteous? Yi Yuan smiled. A vigorous but pure demonic divine essence was released. The old man's expression changed, and he said in surprise, how can you, a human, possibly possess such pure demonic divine essence? Due to physique, the demon race was greatly different from the human race's divine essence. Very easy to distinguish. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior has a half-demon race bloodline, so demonic divine essence is naturally not a problem. For Yi Yuan to be able to possess demonic divine essence, it was naturally not because he had a demon race bloodline, but because of his chaos divine essence. The old man gave Yi Yuan a glance suspiciously and said, in that case, you've lived in the human race's territory for a long time. Demon divine pills can't be refined by hugging Buddha's leg at the last minute and begging for help. See them? Some people cultivated bitterly for thousands of years and also can't refine a qualified demon divine pill. You best forget about it. The old man was responsible for enrollment, so he naturally had to ensure the initial screening too. If any random Tom, D-I-C-K, and Harry could take part in the priest test, this test would also be too worthless. Yi Yuan naturally saw through the old man's concern and said with a smile, "Senior rest assured. If I don't pass the test, I'm willing to be punished at will by the priest temple." The old man's face changed slightly, but he heard a cold laughter. Truly shameless boasting. With your age, even among the human race's alchemists, you're also considered very young, right? Demon divine pills and divine pills are two completely different kinds of pill refinement systems. Just like you also want to pass the priest temple's test, behind Yi Yuan, a young demon looked at him with a disdainful look. It was precisely the Mu Yuan Chun everyone spoke of. Demon divine pills and divine pills were indeed two different pill refinement systems. It was impossible for human alchemists to refine demon divine pills. The fiend race's constant, Tushan, was similar to the humans. So their pill refining system was also inherited from the humans and did not have much difference. Therefore, Yi Yuan could rely on his alchemy Dao talent when he entered the fiend race back then and rampaged in all directions, causing a stir among the fiend race's upper echelons. But this time, it would not work. Even though Yi Yuan was similarly extremely proficient in demonic pills when at the Immortal Grove world, after demons stepped into divine Dao, their constant Tushans would undergo tremendous change. The refinement of demon divine pills would also naturally be totally different from when they were mortals. Even Heavenly Empyrean, Immortal Grove, could not possibly refine demon divine pills at all, because he did not have demonic divine pills. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan would come and take part in this seemingly very low-level priest trainee examination. This time, he came completely harboring the attitude of learning. In reality, he was totally clueless about demonic divine pills. Of course, Yi Yuan's horizons were no longer what ordinary alchemists could compare to long ago. As the saying went, a myriad great Daos all led to the same goal. Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao already reached the realm of seeing the essence through phenomenons. Even though the refining system of demon divine pills was different just in terms of pill refinement, the intrinsic nature had similarities. Yi Yuan had confidence in being able to get a grasp on it very quickly and obtain the priest temple's recognition. Yi Yuan looked at Mu Yuan Chun and said, "Coolly, does pill refinement strength have anything to do with strength?" Mu Yuan Chun sneered and said, "Rubbish. Plus, of course, it's related. Alchemy Dao strength comes from the ACCU, mulation of time. You don't even understand such a simple truth and still want to become a temple priest? I'm suspecting now that you're simply here to cause trouble." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Then I'll tell you today, your understanding doesn't work on some people." Chapter 1743, Burning Paper. Chapter 1743, Burning Paper. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant punk, to dare to say such words at the priest temple. Where do you place the elders in your mind? Mu Yuan Chun said with a cold laugh, "The priest temple's elders, each one used countless years to ACCU, mutilate strength. Regardless of whether in the human race or demon race, being an alchemist was an extremely time-consuming profession. This was universally acknowledged. But Yi Yuan uttered wild ravings right now. These demon race's young geniuses also pointed and gestured at Yi Yuan one by one, very scornful. Not that Yi Yuan was arrogant, but that he wanted to borrow the priest temple's power and influence. So he had to attract the priest temple's high regard. How could ordinary geniuses have the capital to speak? Since that was the case, then he might as well be more high profile and let the priest temple's elders see his strength. Even though he could not talk about strength currently. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't play this kind of word game anymore. Since it's an assessment, it's naturally using results to speak." The old man responsible for enrollment said in a solemn voice, "Young man, if I find out that you're toying with the temple, you know the consequences." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Junior is naturally aware." The old man said, "What's your name?" "Yi Yuan." The old man nodded and threw a wooden plaque to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan caught the wooden plaque and lined up in the last place. Among a group of demon race powerhouses, Yi Yuan appeared very different. At this time, on the high platform above the temple, 3 old men appeared in succession, their auras astonis. Plus-ing, these 3 old men were dressed in purple priest robes, 5 stars embroidered on their chest. They were shockingly 5-star priests, also the priest temple's elders. The elder in the middle slowly opened his mouth and said, "Kong Lin, start." Kong Lin bowed to give a salute and said, "Yes, master." Seeing this scene, the demons below were all incredibly envious. Kong Lin went in front of the crowd and said in a clear voice, "The priest-apprentice examination begins now. First round, fire control. I believe that everyone isn't foreign to this round. There are 3 kinds of material papers made from namely gold silk divine wood, purple fume divine incense wood, willow cloud wood. You all randomly pick one according to your own strength. As long as you don't burn them down, it's considered a S. But I have to warn you guys, the choice of the paper, the elders will pay attention to them. This concerns your resources and status after entering the temple. Therefore, hope that you all bring out your greatest strength and display it for the elders to see. Each person has 2 chances. Start now." Yi Yuan looked at the papers placed in front, and his eyes involuntarily lit up. These 3 divine words had different qualities and also different grades. The heat resistance of the paper refined was naturally different. Using divine fire to burn paper, the fire control requirements on the alchemist was exceedingly high. A moment of carelessness, and it would be burned to ashes. One had to know the terrifying temperature of rank 4 divine fire could virtually burn rank 3 martial artists to ashes, let alone a piece of paper as thin as cicada wings. This level of test was indeed ingenious, but also very concise and clear, broadening Yi Yuan's horizons too. But fire control was too easy for him. Under Kong Lin's command, those demon race you'd started to go up and undergo the AS assessment one by one. But what they picked were mostly paper made from gold silk divine wood. These 3 wood types, gold silk divine, wood was the strongest, willow cloud wood the weakest, so their choice was naturally the strongest. This way, it was not easy to burn it down. Yi Yuan looked at these young geniuses' fire control and could not help secretly shaking his head. Too weak, although the demon race's alchemy skills formed its own system. Same as the fiend race, the demon race was still much more crude compared to the human race. In this kind of delicate work, it was still a notch inferior. But these demon race alchemists were clearly much stronger than the fiend races. Goodness, just a little bit more. Don't catch on fire. Don't catch on fire. Goodness me. Oh, my goodness. Why did it ignite again? My 10 years of hard work are wasted again. There were hundreds of demon race geniuses in the Great Hall presently, but the vast majority of the people were unable to even complete the gold silk divine woods test. However, there were also some decent ones who completed the gold silk divine woods test. There were even a few people who completed the purple fume divine incense woods test. Next, Mu Yuanchun. Kong Lin shouted. Finally, it was Mu Yuanchun's turn to take the field. Mu Yuanchun shot Yi Yuan a proud smile and said, "Punk, open your eyes wider and take a look at this young master's fire-controlling skills." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Mu Yuanchun felt like his punch landed on cotton and was very depressed. He went up and directly came to the willow cloudwood area immediately causing a stir. My G.O.D. Mu Yuan-chun actually wants to challenge Willow Cloudwood. Is his strength already horrifying to this degree? Heard that last season, Priest Kong Lin challenged the Willow Cloudwood. It was incredibly astonies. I plussing back then. What the I do you know? I heard that Elder Stonefeather already internally decided him to be a personal disciple. If he doesn't even have this bit of strength, how can he make it as one? To these young geniuses, the difficulty of the Willow Cloud was extremely high. Even some priest apprentices were unable to complete this challenge. Those able to challenge successfully were all top geniuses among the demon race's young alchemists. After entering the priest temple, they would definitely be valued highly. Just like Kong Lin, after he challenged the Willow Cloudwood, he was taken in as a personal disciple by an elder and became an official priest several years later. One had to know, even if some people said the test, they were unable to become true priests within several hundred years and were still just priest trainees. Everyone held their breaths, looking at Mu Yuan-chun. Mu Yuan-chun was clearly extremely confident. A faint blue flame flashed out of his palm area, gentle like water. That piece of Willow Cloudwood paper, suspended over the flame, quietly, not moving a trace. The light blue flame was akin to flowing water, slowly spreading below the paper, all the way until it extended to every corner of the paper. When those young geniuses saw this scene, each and every one of their ALLs popped out. What formidable fire control techniques to actually not have the slightest hint of undulation. I saw before Kong Lin's fire controlling technique last season. Mu Yuan-chun's strength is absolutely not beneath his. No wonder he could be internally decided as a personal disciple. This strength is really not for show. At the seats of honor, the three elders all nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with Mu Yuan-chun's performance. Even Yi Yuan also secretly nodded his head. This Mu Yuan-chun's fire-controlling technique was indeed praiseworthy. Very soon, Mu Yuan-chun withdrew his palm. The paper floated down onto his palm. Kong Lin received it and took a look, nodding his head. He smiled and said, "Temperature is well distributed, without a hint of damage. S. Junior apprentice Brother Mu will likely become fellow disciples in the future." Mu Yuan-chun bowed respectfully and said, "Yuan-chun pays respect to senior apprentice Brother Kong Lin." Kong Lin smiled and said, "The 2 rounds at the back, you have to perform well too. Master is watching from above." Mu Yuan-chun said respectfully, "Yes, senior apprentice brother." Clearly, Mu Yuan-chun already regarded himself as an elder's disciple. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being very surprised. An empty hole invites wind. It was indeed like so. Chapter 1744, Mortal Grade. 1744, Mortal Grade. Saw that, kid? Big talk isn't boasted. If you can complete the purple fume divine incense wood, consider it my loss. After returning, Mu Yuan-chun was rather pleased with himself and looked scornfully at Yi Yuan. With his strength, seeing the test was simply a breeze. This assessment was merely a formality for him. Kong Lin already said that Mu Yuan-chun was already his junior apprentice brother in front of so many people. This was not the treatment that ordinary people could get. Hence, Mu Yuan-chun was fired up with boundless enthusiasm currently. Of course, no one felt that it was improper, and instead cast looks of admiration towards him. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Then you'll lose for sure." The moment Mu Yuan-chun heard, he was tickled and said with a sneer, "Really taking yourself to be someone noteworthy? KY, continue being C. Oh, C, KY? I'll see how you still be arrogant in a while. Toward this, Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and was disdainful to dispute. Next, Yi Yuan. Finally, it was Yi Yuan's turn to take the field. Everyone all showed sympathetic looks towards him. Were there geniuses among alchemists? Yes, Mu Yuanchun was a genius, but this genius similarly needed the ACCU emulation of a long time. For Mu Yuanchun to be able to have his current strength, it was absolutely not achieved overnight, but also through long-term ACCU emulation. Hence, what Yi Yuan said about how this kind of understanding would not work on him. Everyone rejected it in their hearts. One had to know, even a genius like Mu Yuanchun, when he was at Yi Yuan's age, he also could not possibly pass the purple fume divine incense wood's test. As for the willow cloud wood, that was even more impossible. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Kong Lin. Kong Lin said indifferently, "Pick one yourself." The scene earlier, Kong Lin naturally took it into his sights too. Regarding Yi Yuan's remarks, he was naturally disdainful. Can I pick a wood outside of these three types or not? Yi Yuan did not choose, but asked Kong Lin. Kong Lin frowned slightly and said, "Messing around. The rules of the priest examination are decided by the temple. How can it be easily changed? I think that you're deliberately here to cause trouble, right?" Seeing this scene, the other examinees all revealed gloating smiles. They were already very sure that Yi Yuan was here to cause trouble. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "Brother Kong said earlier to display your greatest strength. I feel that these three kinds of wood can't display my strength." The moment Kong Lin heard, he laughed from extreme anger and said, "Is that so? Then what kind of wood can show your strength?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Is there any mortal grade paper?" When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. A wood that was easier to ignite than the willow cloud wood. There were naturally many, but mortal grade, that was simply an impossible task. This guy was being funny, right? What kind of concept was mortal grade? Even if the most rubbish divine fire revealed an iota of heat, that thing would turn to ashes. Using rank 4 divine fire to burn mortal grade paper. Did this guy's head really have no problem? After the shock, mockery came in quick succession. Kong Lin finally could not resist erupting and said furiously, "Blind and reckless fool, to dare toy with the priest temple." As he said those words, Kong Lin was about to take action to take Yi Yuan down, but then he saw Yi Yuan smiled, faintly. Yi Yuan said, "Whether or not I'm messing with the temple, you need to at least wait for me to complete the test before having a final verdict, right? It's just a matter of a short while. Does Brother Kong not even have this bit of patience?" Kong Lin smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Mortal grade paper, even elders can't do it, with just the likes of you, a snotty brat." "Ha ha, I said it long ago. This guy is simply here to cause trouble. Senior apprentice Brother Kong Lin, immediately take him down." At this time, Mu Yuanchun also spoke up. Kong Lin was just about to make a move when the elder Stonefeather, sitting in the middle, spoke. He said, "Kong Lin, let him try." Kong Lin's face changed, and he bowed and said, "Yes, master." He could not figure out this punk who was clearly making trouble. So why did his master give Yi Yuan this chance? Before long, the servants found a piece of mortal grade blank paper. Yi Yuan received it, took a look, and said, "Mortal grade tier 9. Forget it, I'll make do with it." Kong Lin sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Could it be that you still want to use mortal grade tier 1 wood?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you can find it, it's not impossible to." Kong Lin was greatly enraged the moment he heard and said, "Arrogant." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Alchemists need to have a calm mind. Brother Kong is angered so easily. This won't do. You dare to lecture me?" Kong Lin was already about to rampage. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Dare not, I was just stating a fact." "Excuse me, can I start?" Kong Lin's expression changed several times, and he said in a solemn voice, "I want to take a look at how you pa S the round. Begin." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and tossed the piece of paper upward, HS palm moving. A CLUS tur of pale yellow flames immediately rose up, wrapping the piece of paper up. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately dumbfounded with shock. Did this guy really know how to control fire? Using such a big fire to go and burn a sheet of mortal grade paper, it would become flying ashes upon contact, right? Forget about mortal grade. Even the gold silk divine could not withstand this kind of burning too. When they controlled fire, which one wasn't watchful and cautious, fearful of producing a bit more fire. But Yi Yuan was completely operating without any regard for niceties. This kind of fire control, using it to directly deal with the enemy, was more like it. Refining pills? Better forget it. Refining pills like this would refine medicinal pills into black charcoal. When Kong Lin saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly and said, "I knew it! Ignorant fool! Prepare to suffer the wrath of the temple." Mu Yuanchun even laughed himself into fits and said, This brat is simply here to be a fool. I was successfully amused with him." Not just them. The other examinees all guffawed with laughter. At this moment, they were incomparably certain that Yi Yuan was here to make trouble. Although they did not know what was the goal, his objective of seeking popularity by doing something sensational was achieved. However, they did not notice that the eyes of those three elders on the high platform emitted rays of brilliant light, full of incredulity, because being enveloped in flames, the others could not see the appearance of the paper at this time, because no need to think, and they also knew that the paper already turned to ashes at this time. But Yi Yuan was still putting on a pretense there. Kong Lin shouted coldly, "All right, stop pretending there. Watch this." Kong Lin was just about to make a move to take Yi Yuan down, but then he heard Stonefeather said coldly, "Stop." Everyone was stunned. Kong Lin also revealed a doubtful look and said, "Master, this," Stonefeather just said coolly, "carry on watching." With this, they could not laugh anymore. It was only for them to see Yi Yuan pull his palm back, and the divine fire dissipated into nothing. A piece of paper drifted down. Everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in disbelief. I really did it. This mortal grade paper is actually completely unscathed. This is impossible. I'm so far away, and could even feel the temperature of the flames. How can such a weak piece of paper be completely fine? Could it be that his fire-controlling technique is truly transcendent to this kind of degree, to actually be even more impressive than Mu Yuan Chun? Chapter 1745 Demonic Attraction AR. Chapter 1745 Demonic Attraction AR. The paper was still floating as Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Brother Kong, please look it over." Kong Lin's expression changed, reaching his hand out and catching the piece of paper. The moment it came into his hand, it was actually extremely hot. Bang! The piece of paper immediately combusted, turning into a cloud of ashes. This critical temperature. How did you do it? Kong Lin looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. Those present were all professionals. They naturally would not say that Yi Yuan failed because the paper was burned. The reason why it burned away was that the paper's temperature was heated to the critical point by Yi Yuan. When Kong Lin received the paper, friction was produced between his palm and paper, making the paper instantly exceed the critical point. That was why it started immolating. Combustion and not burning depended on just a touch. This level of fire controlling means was truly inconceivable. In the usual AS assessment, No one dared to play with fire like this, no matter how great his strength, because critical temperature was too difficult to grasp. As long as there was the tiniest hint of not controlling well, the paper would be burned. If Yi Yuan used the willow cloud wood to achieve this, even though it was impressive, it would not be inconceivable either. But he used a mortal grade paper to achieve this. This was extremely terrifying. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is nothing difficult. I could already do it when I was 300 years old. If you can find a piece of mortal grade tier 1 paper, I can display my real strength." Everyone was rendered speechless. Mortal grade tier 1 could not be found in the Heavenspan world at all. There were countless trees in the Sky Demon Mountain range, but forget about mortal grade tier 1, even mortal grade tier 5, or tier 6 could not be found at all. Want a mortal grade tier 1 tree, one could only go find it in a small world. Furthermore, the 300 years old that Yi Yuan said was not this lifetime's 300 years old, but the previous life's 300 years old. Previous life, when he was still Ji Qingyun, he could already achieve this at 300 years old. Now that close to 1,000 years had passed, said Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique was absolutely not what a mere mortal grade tier 1 paper could measure anymore. But this was already shocking enough. On the seats of honor, the 3 elders also exchanged glances, extremely shocked. "Young man, what's your name?" Stonefeather opened his mouth and asked, "Yi Yuan." Stonefeather nodded and said, "Yi Yuan, your fire-controlling technique is indeed impressive. Even the few of us old fellows are likely not your match, too." The moment these words came out, those examinees were all shocked until they stared dumbfounded with gaping mouths. Someone as powerful as Elder Stonefeather actually took the initiative to admit that he was inferior to such a young man, especially Mu Yuan-chun. He wished to find a hole on the ground to tunnel into when he heard this. Wasn't Stonefeather's words slapping his face? Previously, Yi Yuan said that this kind of understanding would not work on some people. Now, didn't it affirm such words? Those elders above, which one wasn't an old monster who lived more than 100,000 years. Their ACCU mulations, ordinary people found it hard to imagine. However, Yi Yuan said that he reached this kind of standard when he was 300 years old. Was there something more disgraceful than this? But Stonefeather's tone changed, and he said, "But refining demon divine pills are different from refining the human race's divine pills. You have to pass the 2 rounds of assessments at the back before it's considered successful." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Yes, Elder. Yi Yuan won't let you down." Stonefeather nodded his head and said, "Carry on then." Only then did Kong Lin recover from the shock and said, "Next, starting the 2nd round, demonic attraction art. People who were eliminated in the 1st round don't need to take part anymore. 100 demon powerhouses, more than half were already eliminated in the 1st round. Present, those who remained were merely 30 to 40 people. There are 100 types of wood chips here. What you have to do is to use the demonic attraction art to glue them together. The more types bound together, the better the results naturally. Those who bind more 25 types and above, pass. Kong Lin said, the so-called demonic attraction art was the foundation skill of the demon race's alchemy technique. The human race's divine soul was powerful. Furthermore, the secret arts were numerous, and they could cultivate the divine soul. But the demon race's talent did not lie in the demonic soul, so their demonic souls were also relatively weak. Apart from some minority powerful races, the demonic souls of the majority of the races were inferior to humans. Wanting to be like a human alchemist, using soul force to serve as a lubricant for refining medicinal pills, it was beyond their power. But the demon race also had an advantage that humans were not equipped with. It was that they were naturally closer to nature. The demon race's demonic divine essence also had more affinity with spirit medicines. Hence, they blazed another trail, using demonic divine essence as a substitute for the human soul force to refine medicinal pills. This was the cultivation system of the demon race. The strength of the demonic attraction art reflected the strength of the demon alchemist to a very large extent. All in all, humans based soul force as the prink. 1. P. Al. Divine essence as supplementary. The demon race based demonic divine essence as prink. 1. P. Al. Soul force as supplementary. Under Kong Lin's guidance, the examinees started undergoing the second round. Binding with chips, this test method was similarly very novel. Wood chips were not spirit medicines. There would not be too many law fragments complementing each other. Wanting to adhere them together as a whole was not an easy matter. However, this tested the alchemist's demonic attraction art even more too. Those people taking the test were watchful and cautious, fearful of missing any hint out. But their strength could at best only bind together a dozen overkinds of wood chips. Any more and it would not work. In a corner, Yi Yuan stared at each person's way of handling without moving his eyes, deducing nonstop in his mind. Yi Yuan was totally clueless about the demonic attraction art, but he knew that the demonic attraction art had common aspects with the soul-attracting art. A burst of faint demonic divine essence flowed in Yi Yuan's palm. He was currently imitating binding those with chips. Feeling the demonic divine essence undulations, quite a few people looked over sideways. When Mu Yuan Chun saw this scene, he could not help being stunned. This kid doesn't know the demonic attraction art at all. Ha ha ha, like I said, this guy is simply a human alchemist wanting to sneak into the priest temple. Mu Yuan Chun said. When the rest saw this scene, they immediately perceived something wrong as well. No way, right? His fire-controlling art is so incredible, but he actually doesn't know the demonic attraction art. Looks like he hasn't refined demon divine pills before at all. This guy wouldn't be thinking of learning and selling on the spot, right? This is also too funny. The first round, Yi Yuan astonished everyone. But this scene currently subverted everyone's view of him. Perhaps Yi Yuan was indeed a very formidable human alchemist, but he did not even know demonic attraction art. So how could he possibly pass the second round's test? Elders, this guy is simply clueless about our demon race's alchemy skills. He probably has malicious intent and wants to sneak into our priest temple. Elders, please summarily execute him on the spot. Mu Yuan Chun clasped his hands and pleaded. Yi Yuan completely ignored Mu Yuan Chun. He was already immersed in it. Those examinee strengths were not considered strong, but Yi Yuan continuously learned from others' strong points, while overcoming the weak points in his mind, deducing and perfecting. His strength was currently advancing by leaps and bounds. Stonefeather's gaze was akin to a torch, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, and said coolly, "This child isn't an ordinary person. Let him give it a try." Chapter 1746 Learning and Doing on the SPO. Chapter 1746 Learning and Doing on the SPO. Mu Yuan Chun was so depressed. This guy was clearly clueless about the demon race's alchemy techniques. So why did the elders still let him carry on? How could he know that what Stonefeather saw was completely different from what he saw? The things he saw were Yi Yuan's crudeness and ignorance. But what Stonefeather saw was Yi Yuan's improvement. Actually, since after the first round, he had been paying attention to Yi Yuan all along. When the second round started, from when the first person took the field, Yi Yuan's gaze never left his body before. From the initial most completely ignorance to the later slightly rustiness, this improvement was truly to Astonies. H.I. Plussing. Stonefeather was an expert in this area. So how amazing was his vision? Yi Yuan's improvement simply made people sigh with wonder. One had to know prior to this, he was still a complete and utter newbie. Stonefeather very much wanted to see to what extent Yi Yuan could reach when he entered the field. The examinees went up one by one, but those who could pass the test could be counted on one hand. Of course, there were also a few with decent strength who bound together 30 over kinds of wood. And these people's achievements, the inspiration it gave Yi Yuan was naturally greater. Very soon, it was Mu Yuanchuan's turn to take the stage. He shot the very engrossed Yi Yuan a glance, his expression showing disdain. The moment he made his move, Mu Yuanchun amazed the audience. It was only for them to see him move like lightning, using an extremely short time to bind together more than a dozen types of wood. 25 types were naturally not his goal. So impressive looking at him, he can at least bind together more than 40 kinds, right? Even though the first round's limelight was S and T, C, head by that punk Mu Yuanchuan's strength is really very strong. That kid is simply a layman regarding demon divine pills. Scared me until I even thought that I encountered a great alchemist just now. Mu Yuanchuan's demonic attraction art was clearly very brilliant, more than a notch stronger than the others. These people's gazes were all attracted by Mu Yuanchun. No one noticed that the eyes of the Yi Yuan in a corner became brighter and brighter. 45, 46, 50, 51. My G. Oh, D, he finally failed. This number already Serpa. S, said even Priest Kong Lin's. The further back, everyone started to help Mu Yuanchun count. Finally, after Mu Yuanchun fused 51 wood chips, it collapsed. But the number of 51 types of wood chips still let Mu Yuanchun obtain extremely high praises. One had to know Kong Lin was a genius universally recognized in the recent few AS assessments. But he only completed 47 kinds of wood chips in the last season too, while Mu Yuanchun was actually 4 more than him. Stonefeather secretly nodded his head. Since he internally decided on Mu Yuanchun, his strength naturally left no room for doubt. If he could not even do this, he also would not be fit to be his personal disciple anymore. Hearing everyone's sigh of admiration, the confidence that Mu Yuanchun had just lost returned once more. Since many people were eliminated in the middle, the next one was Yi Yuan's turn. Mu Yuanchun smiled and said, "Our layman is going to take the field. Let's see how many types of wood chips he can fuse together. Why doesn't everyone make a guess?" The moment these words came out, everyone immediately felt like they were injected with stimulants. I guess that it's at most no more than 10 types. 10 types? Are your eyes blind? Just the likes of him can fuse 10 types? I guess at most 5 types. Pooh, he's totally clueless, all right? I guess not even 1. Hearing everyone's discussion, Mu Yuanchun had an amused look, but Yi Yuan said coolly, "Each and every one of you, prepare your faces. I'll come and slap them one by one in a while." Finished talking, Yi Yuan walked up, different from the natural smoothness in the past. This time, he appeared rather cautious and wary. After all, it was his first time using a demonic attraction art. Yi Yuan's divine essence slowly flowed out, drawing out the wood chip in the first box. That wood chip trembled shakily, as if it could drop down at any time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art appeared very stiff. One look, and it was new until he could not be any more newer of a novice. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, are you hitting our faces like this? Come on, my face is extended out. Slap it. Really ridiculous. Do you really think that learning and doing on the spot, you can learn our demon race's demonic attraction art? You're also looking down on our demon race's alchemy technique too much. If you can learn with one glance, then wouldn't our thousands of years of bitter cultivation become a joke? Yi Yuan's appearance immediately drew a burst of ridicule, but toward this, he already could not hear it long ago. His entire mind was currently placed on controlling the demonic divine essence. Imitating and deducing was one thing, truly handling it was another thing. The moment he started, he was still a little too unfamiliar. However, Yi Yuan's soul-attracting art had long already reached its peak. Ever since awakening the dragon soul, his twin divine souls were several times stronger than ordinary martial artists. His soul force was already incomparably boundless. Hence, ever since after ascending to divine Tao, he no longer worried about soul force anymore. And this was also his guarantee for being able to refine high-level medicinal pills, demonic attraction art. Even though it was Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with it, with the soul-attracting art as the strategically advantageous position, he was absolutely not slow in getting started. Sure enough, under Yi Yuan's efforts, he finally drew out the wood chip in the second box and fused them together. The first fusion, the difficulty was the lowest, but as the number increased, the difficulty of merging would soar exponentially. The first one is so strenuous, I think he can at most fuse 3. Mu Yuan-chun said with a cold laugh, clearly a novice, yet still want a posture. Got struck by lightning now, right? Just this bit of strength, actually still want to smack our faces. I really don't know where his confidence came from. The moment Mu Yuan-chun said this, everyone immediately concurred. Completing the first fusion, Yi Yuan finally found some feel. His control of demonic divine essence also finally became a little smoother. Hence, he started fusing the third type of wood chip. This time, it seemed to be a little easier than last time. Following that, fourth type, fifth type, sixth type, everyone's faces started to change. What was this? Logically speaking, the greater the number of fused wood chips, the greater the difficulty. To a novice, this kind of difficulty was magnified infinitely. But why did Yi Yuan give a feeling of understanding better and becoming more mellow? This was too illogical. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan fused more than a dozen types of wood chips. Furthermore, his speed seemed to be getting faster and faster. Above, the 3 elders' eyes gradually became brilliant. The 3 of them exchanged glances, Wisconsin H, plussing to lift their heads to the sky and burst into laughter. Such a terrifying genius was simply hard to encounter in a lifetime. This kind of comprehension ability was simply terrifying to the extreme. Mu Yuanchuan's expression became extremely ugly, and he muttered, "Impossible! Impossible! He's clearly a novice who doesn't know the demonic attraction art at all, so how can he possibly fuse so many wood chips? Could it be that he did it on purpose just now? Actually, he knows the demonic attraction art. This brat is full of schemes." Chapter 1747, Acted 2, Realistically. 1747, Acted 2, Realistically, 52. Serpa, as said. Serpa, as said. 53. At the back, each time Yi Yuan fused a type of wood, everyone counted along in unison. Very soon, Yi Yuan Serpa, S, said Mu Yuanchuan's 51 types. But it was not over. 98, 99, 100. Really amazing. This guy was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, right? My face was slapped so freaking swollen. This guy definitely did it on purpose just now. You look at him, still looking dissatisfied about it. This is too infuriating. Back then, when Yi Yuan fused the last type of wood, the field immediately burst into an uproar. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually fused all of the 100 types of wood. Extremely few people were able to complete this in the priest examination. Those able to complete it were at least geniuses that appeared once every 100,000 years. If, say, Yi Yuan did not do it on purpose before, they would not believe even if beaten to death. Yi Yuan was indeed not satisfied yet. He got the hang of it more and more toward the back, and already could not stop. 100 types of wood were not his limit yet. Kong Lin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger very interesting?" Mu Yuan-chun also spoke up. "Strength is clearly uncommon, yet want to feign an appearance of not knowing anything, toying with everyone's feelings. Malicious motives." The moment these two people spoke up, the others also concurred with it, clearly very unhappy with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with a helpless look, "Regardless whether you all believe or not, it's really my first time using the demonic attraction art." Kong Lin sneered and said, "First time? Do you still take us to be fools?" Fusing 100 types of wood. In the history of our tyrant origin imperial city's priest temple, there's merely only 2 able to accomplish it. You're telling me that it's your first time using the demonic attraction art? Mu Yuan-chun gave a cold snort and said to the 3 elders, "3 elders, this person's strength is clearly uncommon, yet pretend that he doesn't know anything. In my view, he's intentionally here to humiliate the temple." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled and said with a smile, "Hey, you're R-E-T-A-R, dead, right? I, a 4th firmament divine lord, specially came to tyrant origin imperial city, from afar to deliver myself to death. If you're R-E-T-A-R, dead, don't simply think that others are as R-E-T-A-R, dead as you, all right?" Mu Yuan-chuan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Who knows what plan you have in mind? Either way, you don't have good intentions." At this time, Stonefeather said coolly, "All right, since you've already taken part in the priest examination, then follow the rules. Yi Yuan already said the 2nd round, so carry out the 3rd round." The 3rd round was genuinely refining demon divine pills. Stonefeather speaking up, even though Kong Lin and the rest were unhappy, they did not dare have the slightest bit of defiance. Kong Lin's expression was very ugly as he said, "The 3rd round, pill refinement. The demon divine pill tested this time is the Dark Cloud Profound Spring Pill, middle grade, as S. Finished announcing. The remaining examinees were all preparing to refine the pill. Yi Yuan suddenly cupped his fists at Stonefeather and said, "Elder, can I take a look at the pill formula?" The demon race's pill formulas. Yi Yuan had heard before some names, but really did not have pill formulas. Demon divine pills were an independent pill refining system. Immortal Grove could not refine at all. He naturally would not go and deliberately go collect pill formulas too. The moment Kong Lin heard, he smiled coldly and said, "What the priest temple tests are all pill formulas made open to the public. You could use the demonic attraction art such an extent. So how could you not even know the Dark Cloud Profound Spring Pills pill formula?" The words that Yi Yuan said right now, they did not believe it at all. Clearly ridiculously impressive, and yet want to pretend to not know anything. Was it very fun? Feigning ignorance previously, forget it. But now everyone already knew, and you were still pretending. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "But I really don't know." Let him take a look. However, the assessment time is only 6 hours. You have to grasp it well. Stonefeather said coolly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was overjoyed and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks, Elder." Pretending. Look at you pretending. What's with Elder today? This punk is clearly feigning ignorance. Yet, Elder still want to play along with him. Helplessly, Kong Lin could only hand the pill formula over to Yi Yuan. The Dark Cloud Profound Spring Pill was an initial stage rank 4 demon divine pill. To talk about the difficulty, It was roughly level 2. One should not judge at how level 2 difficulty was not high. Using it as an entry-level examination, the difficulty was pretty high in the human race. As long as one stepped into Divine Lord realm and could refine the simplest rank 4 divine pill, they would be considered 4-star alchemy G. O. DS. But in the priest temple, this threshold clearly would not cut it. To a novice, wanting to refine a level 2 difficulty rank 4 demon divine pill, as soon as they came up, it was virtually a task that was impossible to complete. Forget about a novice. Even for these demons, Partic. 1. P. Aiding in the AS assessment, it was absolutely not an easy thing to. Moreover, the lowest requirement to pass the test was even middle grade. Just this requirement barred the vast majority of people outside the front door of the priest temple. Yi Yuan took the pill formula akin to obtaining a priceless treasure and started studying it. He deduced the pill formula as he observed the others refining pills, an appearance as if absorbed in thought. Level 2 difficulty, rank 4 demon divine pill. The difficulty was not too high to him. Deducing it was also not considered too troublesome. But the demon divine pill was indeed a brand new domain to Yi Yuan. When Kong Lin saw Yi Yuan's intoxicated appearance, he had a strange expression on his face. He seriously could not resist anymore and grumbled to Stonefeather, "Master, this kid can act too well. Why do you keep on helping him?" Stonefeather gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Act? Her, then his acting is too realistic." Kong Lin's expression changed, and he said, "Master's meaning is that it's really his first time coming into contact with demon divine pills? How is this possible? First time using the demonic attraction art, and he fused 100 types of wood. Is there really someone capable of accompli plussing this kind of thing?" Stonefeather smiled and said, "Before today, this old man didn't believe either. But now, this old man saw it with my own eyes. I have no choice but to believe it. This child's alchemy Dao talent is truly terrifying." Kong Lin's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes revealing immense shock. He was seriously unable to imagine what kind of talent could fuse 100 types of wood the first time using the demonic attraction art. This was simply inconceivable. In a twinkle, more than 4 hours said. Mu Yuanchuan's medicinal pills were finally refined successfully. Suddenly, he felt a scorching gaze. Lifting his head and looking over, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently staring straight at him. Looking again, Yi Yuan actually had not started refining the pill yet. Mu Yuanchun was first stunned, then immediately smiled coldly, and said, "You watched me refine the pill until now?" Yi Yuan smiled and said with a nod, "Your strength is decent, but the process of refining pills missed out too much. Basic skills are also not too solid. What a pity." He watched all the way until now. This review was also from the bottom of his heart and did not have the intention of mocking. The moment Mu Yuanchun heard, his expression could not help turning sullen, and he said with a cold smile, "If you have the time to review me, better to hurry up and start refining the pill. Less than 2 hours is remaining. I want to see how you pass the test." Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, "1 hour is enough. No rush, no rush." Chapter 1748 FLU.S. Tiered Refined Men 1748 FLU.S. Tiered Refined Men 1 hour to refine a rank 4 demon divine pill. You're also not afraid of blowing a hole in the sky with your bragging. Mu Yuanchun said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Whether or not it's boasting, you'll know in a while. But I still have to thank you. Your pill refinement earlier gave me quite a bit of reference." Mu Yuanchuan's strength stood out among this group of people. His pill refinement was naturally worth learning. Yi Yuan deduced the pill formula and compared his pill refinement with the other people's pill refinement, and indeed benefited a great deal. When Mu Yuan Chun heard, his face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Don't give me that. You aren't going to say again that it's your first time refining a demon divine pill, right?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Really smart. What I wanted to say was all said by you." Mu Yuan Chun said with a cold smile, "Do you think that I'd believe it?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Believing or not is up to you. What has it got to do with me? I'm going to start refining the pill." The moment he started refining, Yi Yuan's entire person immediately entered a fully engrossed state. The preparation work at the beginning, Yi Yuan completed it naturally and smoothly, with the air of a master. Even the eyes of those three people above revealed looks of astonishment. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's handling, even these five-star priests, also prostrated in admiration. When Mu Yuan Chun saw this scene, his expression was incomparably ugly. He had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent was too strong. Whatever ACCU, mulation of time, this sort of words, was simply like farting when placed on Yi Yuan. Still say whatever first time. One look, and it's a veteran who's well-seasoned. Really take us to be 3-year-old kids. Mu Yuan Chun said with a cold snort, "It's indeed his first time refining demon divine pills." Kong Lin arrived by Mu Yuanchun's side at goodness knows when, looking at Yi Yuan with a serious look as he said those words. Mu Yuanchun's expression changed and said, "Senior apprentice brother Kong, how is this possible?" Kong Lin said, "It's what Master said, so definitely won't be wrong. He must be an extremely formidable alchemist in the human race, but he also has a demon race bloodline. So he got started extremely quickly. It's just that his talent is really too terrifying." Mu Yuanchun's gaze revealed a look of astonishment, looking at Yi Yuan with immense shock. At this time, Yi Yuan already started refining the pill. It was just that his current performance was akin to two different people from just now. Only after getting started did Yi Yuan truly feel the difference between the two systems. It was really not that easy to cross. Even though his demonic attraction art improved extremely fast, truly applying it to pill refinement was another matter altogether. It was inevitable that he was unfamiliar. Refining divine pills, the consumption of soul force was tremendous, but refining demon divine pills had extremely high requirements on physical strength. If not for Yi Yuan having long reached middle stage fourth transformation, he would really have bitten off more than he could chew. Yi Yuan discovered that using the demonic attraction art to fuse medicinal pills, the technique was 100 times more complicated than the soul attracting art. Each segment needed to expend tremendous physical strength. Compared to really refining pills, fusing with chips earlier was simply a child's play. However, while Yi Yuan's hands and feet were thrown into confusion, it was completely not the case in other people's eyes. Regardless of whether it was Kong Lin or Mu Yuan Chun, they were totally dumbstruck with amazement. "Senior apprentice brother, I'm still unable to believe that it's actually this guy's first time refining a demon divine pill." Mu Yuan Chun gritted his teeth and said, Kong Lin smiled bitterly and said, "How can I believe it too? But you look at his refining method, it's clearly incomparably unfamiliar. But even so, it still gives you a feeling of pleasing both the eyes and the heart. This kind of feeling is seriously too contradictory." Mu Yuan Chun felt that his confidence suffered a tremendous blow. If a person's first time coming into contact with demon divine pills could do it to this extent, then wouldn't his many years of hard work become a joke? Of course, he would not think that for Yi Yuan to be able to have his present accomplishments, apart from talent, what he put in was 100 times, even 1,000 times of his. Mu Yuan-chun said in a solemn voice, "Senior apprentice Brother Kong, then in your view, what grade of dark cloud profound spring pill can he refine?" Kong Lin shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. His technique is indeed very unfamiliar. One look, and it's a novice's skill. However, he also rarely makes mistakes. I reckon it makes sense that there shouldn't be a problem." Mu Yuan-chun heaved a sigh in relief and muttered under his breath, "Just middle grade, huh? Then that's still all right." The moment 1 hour was up, Yi Yuan indeed finished packing up, leaving everyone watching dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Yi Yuan wiped the sweat on his forehead and let out a sigh of relief as he said, "Haven't been so tiered in so long." Tiered? When the surrounding demons heard Yi Yuan's words, they wished to kick his face. "That is called tiered? You take a look at the others first, all right?" After the second round, there were merely less than 20 people remaining, and these people were currently all covered in sweat, at a loss on what to do, fearful of making the slightest mistake. This is called being tiered, okay? These people, each and every one of them had refined pills for close to 6 hours. You freaking finished in an hour and was still complaining about being tired here. Was there such a need? After Yi Yuan finished refining, 6 hours were up very quickly. Quite a number of people had not finished refining yet. Each and every one of them was extremely dispirited, finally managed to persist till the third round, but could not finish on time. Actually, with their strength, even if they completed it, it was likely that they would fail to reach the requirement of middle grade 2. Kong Lin started examining the pills. The vast majority of those successfully refined ones were all low-grade medicinal pills. But apart from Mu Yuan-chun, there was actually still one person who refined a middle-grade dark cloud profound spring pill, sing the examination. Ha ha ha. My 1,000 over years was finally not in vain. I finally got my break. Knowing that he said the test, that demon youth started laughing excitedly, almost mad. Clearly, these 1,000 over years, he had been under too much pressure. When the others saw him, they were envious and also helpless. Kong Lin frowned and said, "Shouting and wrangling in front of elders, where lies the sense of propriety?" That demon youth could not help choking when he heard that and immediately became somber. Even though he said the test, he belonged to the lowest standing priest trainees in the priest temple, while Kong Lin was a true priest. Reaching Mu Yuan-chun, sing the test was naturally something within expectations. High grade, not bad. Mu Yuan-chun SES the test. Kong Lin said with a slight smile. Mu Yuan-chun smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Kong." His view was the same as Kong Lin's. Even though Yi Yuan was prodigious, in this last round, it was impossible to beat him. That kind of unfamiliar technique, being able to refine middle grade, was already very heaven-defying. High grade was virtually without possibility. The last one, it was Yi Yuan's turn. After opening the furnace, Kong Lin could not help choking as he cried out, superior grade. This is impossible." Kong Lin was instantly tiered. Even though there had already been too many instances of shock previously, it was far from as intense as this time. Yi Yuan's refining technique looked really very clumsy, but such a clumsy technique, he actually refined superior grade demon divine pill. One had to know he already became a true priest now. Refining the dark cloud profound spring pill, he might not be able to reach superior grade stably as well. Yi Yuan's first refinement, and he could refine a superior grade dark cloud profound spring pill. Chapter 1749, Chapter 1749, Priest Apprentice. It's actually superior grade. Lord Priest Strength is also merely thus, right? Lord Kong Lin said that this is his first time refining. I still don't believe it. Yeah, too fake. We've cultivated for 1,000 years and can't even refine a low grade. He can refine superior grade. On his first try, don't beat people down like this. Superior grade was simply a disgrace to the current Yi Yuan. Ever since entering the Tao realm, there was virtually nothing below divine grade when he refined medicinal pills. Superior grade medicinal pills. Even if Yi Yuan closed his eyes, he could not refine it either. But this was totally not the case in other people's eyes. Everyone already knew that it was really Yi Yuan's first time refining a demon divine pill, but he actually refined a superior grade. This talent truly made people despair. The muscles on Mu Yuanchuan's face were twitching. He thought that he could overpower Yi Yuan in pill refinement, did not expect that he was still beaten. High grade versus superior grade. Utter defeat. To alchemists, high grade was easy to refine, superior grade was hard to find. To ordinary alchemists, wanting to refine superior grade and above medicinal pills would depend on luck. But it was just Yi Yuan's first time. Ha, looks like I pass, said the test, Yi Yuan said with a look of relief. Pass. Sing the test was naturally not worth him being happy, but he knew that he had already successfully attracted the attention of these elders. Stonefeather nodded and said, very soon, the examination this time, Yi Yuan, Mu Yuan-chan, and Gu Hong, 3 people said, becoming my tyrant origin imperial city's priest temple's priest apprentices. The others still have to work harder. My priest temple's front door is always open for you all. Even though the others were helpless, they could only accept reality. This priest temple's examination was really not that easy to pass. After everyone dispersed, Stonefeather said to Kong Lin, you bring Yuan-chun and Gu Hong to go settle down. Yi Yuan, stay behind first. After you settle them down, come over again. Kong Lin was surprised in his heart, but still answered, yes. Mu Yuanchuan's expression changed slightly, incomparably vexed in his heart. Originally, this glory should have belonged to him. Now, the limelight was all S&A-T-C, head by Yi Yuan. After the 3 people left, Stonefeather looked at Yi Yuan and said with a solemn expression, Yi Yuan, this seat wants to take a look at your standard when refining divine pills. Yi Yuan smiled and said, yes, elder. Since he wanted to show his strength, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding. At once, Yi Yuan refined a divine pill. The difficulty was similar to that of the Dark Cloud Profound Spring pill. When he finished refining, he discovered that Stonefeather 3 people used extremely shocked gazes to look at him, as if they were looking at a freak. Yi Yuan's alchemy, Tao strength, had long become a household name in the lands of Southridge. But in this distant demon divine region, no one had witnessed it before. So the moment he took action, it rendered the 3 great 5-star priests dumbfounded with amazement. No wonder you could get started so quickly. Turns out that your alchemy Tao strength has already reached such a level. Stonefeather exclaimed, at a young age, alchemy Tao actually already reached the realm of Grandmaster, truly inconceivable. Another elder marveled at this refinement. The 3 of them naturally saw through long ago that Yi Yuan's strength was extraordinary, but they did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so dreadful. Even if the 3 of them were 5-star priests, there was also completely no way of comparing them with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 3 elders are too kind. Yi Yuan is utterly clueless about demon divine pills, but yearns for it. For this, that's why I came to the demon divine region from afar. It's in order to learn the demon divine pills refining method from seniors. Stonefeather nodded his head and said, all right, You stay behind first and learn together with the other priest apprentices." Yi Yuan said, "Yes, elder." After Yi Yuan left, the three people's expressions became solemn. "Elder Stonefeather, what do you think?" The one talking was called Kumu, the other elder, and I Kuan said, "Elder Stonefeather, you're also too weak and irresolute like this." Even though this boy possesses demon race bloodline, he stayed in the human territories for a long time and likely harbors evil designs. Wouldn't directly killing him deal with it? Stonefeather mused for a moment and said, "Killing can naturally deal with it once and for all. But what benefit is there for us? Compared to the humans, the demon race's alchemic talents are far too few. With this child's talent, if he can be used by us, he'll definitely be a top powerhouse of the demon race in the future. What's important or not, don't you all have a score in your hearts?" The moment these words came out, the other two elders fell into silence. Compared to the human race, the demon race had indeed fallen far behind in alchemy. This was decided by talent. The demon race's alchemists also had no way around this. The human race was indeed more than several times stronger than the demon race in terms of this kind of meticulous handling, and this also determined the quality of the medicinal pills. Now, a Yi Yuan whose talent was strong until it made people's hair stand on end suddenly appearing. How could Stonefeather not be moved? But how can you ensure that he'll be used by us? Don't you forget, it's his first time refining demon divine pills, which is also to say that he has always been living in the human territories. And I Kuan suddenly said. Stonefeather nodded and said, "In my view, he definitely didn't come to the demon divine region for whatever seeking knowledge. At least, it's not just in order to pursue studies. He definitely has other goals. However, we'd better report this matter to the head priest and let him decide." The other two naturally did not have objections and nodded in response. Yi Yuan naturally did not count on Stonefeather believing his words. Whatever admiring demon divine pills, this sort of words, bluffing children was more like it. Before he came, he already considered all of the dangers. The situation of the demon race's priests, Yi Yuan was also very clear of it. Hence, he changed his former style, displaying his talent without the slightest hesitation in order to make the temple value him highly. Clearly, his goal was achieved. Kong Lin brought Yi Yuan to a large building in the temple's backyard and said, "This place is the priest apprentice's residence. You just enter the temple and belong to a low-level priest apprentice. This is your priest apprentice attire. I believe that you're also aware the priest temple doesn't raise trash. So all kinds of resources that you require need to be obtained using contribution points." Yi Yuan received the priest apprentice attire and said with a smile, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Kong." Kong Lin nodded slightly, turned around, and left. He was actually very puzzled in his heart with the talent that Yi Yuan displayed. He even thought that the three elders would take him in as a personal disciple. But looking at it now, they did not. Stonefeather even had him bring Yi Yuan over and did not have other instructions, which was also to say that Master wanted him to run his own course. Stonefeather's thoughts, he could not figure it out. So he brought Yi Yuan over according to the normal procedure. So what if talent is great? I want to see how many days you can stay here, Kong Lin said with a cold smile. He was the priest temple's youngest priest, but had his face smacked everywhere today. How could he not have any grievance in his heart? Since the elders did not take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple, they were likely guarded against him. Then, letting him suffer some hards. I plus P, or even letting him get lost himself did not have anything wrong with it. There were many old foxes among priest apprentices. Yi Yuan definitely could not get any benefits here. After all, no matter how high Yi Yuan's talent was, he was also just a fourth firmament divine lord. Chapter 1750 Sky, Character Number 6 Room. Chapter 1750 Sky, Character Number 6 Room. A newcomer is here. My G. O.D. Arranging him to stay in the Sky, Character Number 6 Room. How big a grudge is there against him? The last time a kid entered the Sky, Character Number 6 Room, his entire person was burned to black charcoal the next day, crying that he wanted to go home. It tickled us badly. Ha ha, there's a good show to watch again. Come, let's go take a look. Walking into the room, 3 gazes shot over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at them and said with a slight smile, "How do you do? I'm new here. I'm called Yi Yuan." No one answered him. Their eyes all were very unfriendly. Yi Yuan naturally did not mind either and walked to a vacant spot on his own. At this time, a burly man sitting on the bed spoke up. "Who permitted you to sleep there?" Yi Yuan smiled when he heard and said, "Not sleeping here. Where do I sleep?" The burly man nudged his mouth, pointing outside the door, and said, "At the corridor." Yi Yuan understood in his heart these few guys were clearly taking him down a notch. But how could Yi Yuan be so easy to bully? He nodded his head and said, "There, indeed pretty good." When the burly man saw that Yi Yuan was so sensible, he grinned and said, "Since you know that it's pretty good, why haven't you scrammed over yet? This dormitory, senior apprentice brother, Hu Feng has the final say. Only when he allows you to come in can you come in." Yi Yuan's gaze turned to the lazy young man lying on the bed. Judging from his outfit, he should be a high-level priest apprentice of the temple. The priest temple recruited priest apprentices once every 10 years. Even though the people who said each time were very few, over the years there were still quite a few priest trainees. According to the priest temple's rules, only those who said the priest test within 1,000 years could stay in the temple. As for those who kept failing the priest temple, they would be signed to posts in various major capital cities or other places. All in all, they could not stay in the temple anymore. This Hu Feng was likely a veteran here. Hearing the burly man's words, Yi Yuan said coolly, "So nice, senior brother better go and stay there. This little brother is new here and had best be inconvenienced a bit. It's better to stay inside." When Hu Feng heard Yi Yuan's words, a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. At this time, quite a few people already gathered around outside. Seeing this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. This kid is indeed a hothead. Tai Zhao's hot temper is about to explode right away, right? Reckon that this kid will be burned to black charcoal straight away too. Tai Zhao's fire-controlling technique. Apart from Hu Feng, no one can suppress him. That burly man called Tai Zhao froze when he heard that and said in a great rage, "A junior priest apprentice who just entered dared to mess with me? Not showing you some colors. You won't know how deep the temple's waters are." Done talking, the burly man's palm urged. A tur of dark blue flames turned into a fire snake, shooting over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan sighed, slightly in his heart. This fellow really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, to actually play fire in front of his ancestor, who was an expert on fire. Wasn't this looking for abuse? It was only to see Yi Yuan casually grab. That fire snake was directly caught in his palm. Yi Yuan flipped his palm. That fire snake jumped with incomparable joy. It was as if this divine fire was his own. Hu Feng's originally slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened, his eyes seemingly looking shock. Tai Zhao's fire-controlling technique. He was very clear. Ordinary people were not his match at all. Now, it was actually easily resolved by this kid. Tai Zhao himself opened his eyes wide, disbelief written all over his face. Yi Yuan casually grabbed, and he lost control of the divine fire. Merely thus, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Boss, This punk isn't simple. Tai Zhao said, solemnly. Hu Feng snorted coldly and said, entering the sky character number 6 room. Even a dragon has to coil for me. Attack! With a word of command, 3 fire dragons split into 3 directions, flying towards Yi Yuan in unison. The temperature in the room suddenly rose. Especially Hu Feng, his fire-controlling technique was truly impressive. The fire dragon was clearly much stronger than the other 2. Yi Yuan's face changed, both hands rapidly forming seals, and actually barely blocked the 3 fire dragons 1-on-3. Seeing Yi Yuan's strained appearance, Hu Feng smiled coldly and said, I thought that you had 3 heads and 6 arms. Aren't you still submitting obediently? Punk, I changed my mind. Tonight, you're sleeping in the latrine. Tai Zhao laughed loudly and said, Brat, to dare provoke Boss Hu, you're really asking for a beating. But to be able to force Boss Hu to personally take action, you can be sufficiently proud. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and changed to a relaxed appearance as he said, I gave way to you guys, so don't take it seriously. This latrine, you guys had better go sleep yourself there. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's fingers moved rapidly. The 3 fire dragons actually turned the spearhead and flew toward their owners. Hu Feng, 3 people were currently being pleased with themselves. Seeing this scene, their faces could not help changing drastically. Wanna run, but it was already too late. Bang! 3 figures became 3 black charcoals. The 3 people were pitch black from head to toe, leaving only a pair of eyes still blinking. The residual head had yet to dissipate. Smoke kept curling on top of the 3 people's heads, like whole roast ducks. How is this possible? Senior apprentice brother, Hu Feng actually lost in a fire battle. More than just lost, their own divine fires were actually reverse-controlled by people. Who on earth is this brat 1 versus 3? And he actually completely won the other party. A wave of exclamations rose outside the house, being dumbstruck with astonishment by this scene before their eyes. Hu Feng's fire-controlling technique was ranked at the top among all of the priest apprentices. Today, he actually lost to a kid who just entered. Uffed. Hu Feng spat out a mouthful of smoke and bellowed, Attack for me, shred this punk. Yi Yuan did not deal a heavy blow. He just put the 3 into a sorry state, burning all of their hair from head to toe. At this time, Hu Feng was already unbelievably furious. With an order, the 3 people pounced over as ferocious as tigers and wolves. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, Coolly, can't fight with fire and want to use force? A pity, you guys miscalculated. Bang, bang, bang. It was only to hear 3 loud noises. 3 figures shot back in reverse, colliding until the entire house was in a mess. With this, everyone was stupefied. These 3 people, Hu Feng was late-stage rank 4, while the other 2 were both peak middle-stage rank 4. Such a lineup actually could not even receive a move from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at the 3 people indifferently and said, The 3 of you know what to do? Gee, got it. We will sleep in the latrine. Hu Feng wailed. His face was pitch black, unable to see his expression. But no need to see, and one would also know that his current expression must be very ugly. No, and you're still not moving? Do you want me to send you over? Yi Yuan said coolly, Yes, yes, yes. The 3 people said in unison and scrambled out of the door and really ran over in the direction of the latrine. Seeing these 3 people's wretched back views, everyone was stupefied. Goodness me, I guessed the beginning but didn't guess the ending. Who could have thought that the overbearing Hu Feng would actually have this day? This newcomer is so formidable. Regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts, it's completely cruce. I +ing. Chapter 1751 Gaining Something Without Risking Anything. Chapter 1751 Gaining Something Without Risking Anything. Did you hear? A new arrival low-level apprentice dispatched Hu Feng and another 2 people to spend the night in the latrine the moment he came. Real or fake? A newcomer is so impressive. Don't you think it's incredible? Competing in fire control, 3 people added up were not his match. Competing in combat strength, 3 people added up were similarly not his match. It's nonsense, isn't it? These 3 added together. There are few who dare to provoke among priest apprentices. You go to the latrine and take a look at the 3 of their miserable appearances, and you would know they are still there right now. The news of Yi Yuan beating up Hu Feng, 3 people spread throughout the entire trainee area very quickly, but he himself did not have any awareness and slept beautifully, then headed to the Tianlu Pavilion. Tianlu Pavilion was the place where the priest temple stored CLA's 6 pill formulas, pill refining techniques, fire controlling arts, as well as basic medicinal theory, etc. Everything that one could wish for. Since Yi Yuan came to the priest temple, he naturally would not give up on the chance to learn the demon race's alchemy skills. With his temperament, he naturally started learning from the most basic stuff. Yi Yuan was clearly those things that he secretly learned in the priest-apprentice examination were all relied on his powerful alchemy Dao realm, as well as exceedingly high horizons, forcefully adding some human methods onto demon-divine pills. But that was already his limit. Wanting to improve further was impossible as well. Wanting to make the priest temple attach high importance on him, he had to learn from the beginning. Of course, with Yi Yuan's present realm, learning naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Halt! Yi Yuan had just entered the Tianlu Pavilion and was stopped by a white-haired old man. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. He actually could not see through this old man's depths. "Senior." Yi Yuan gave a bow and said, this white-haired old man was at least a rank 5 expert too. The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "You don't have a single contribution point on you, so you can't enter the Tianlu Pavilion." Yi Yuan was taken aback, but understood very quickly. This white-haired old man must have sensed that the contributions points on him were 0 through Tianlu Pavilion's array formation. "Senior, could it be that I became a priest trainee and don't have entry contribution points?" Contribution points, this way of doing things could be applied universally in any faction. It was just that Yi Yuan forgot to check his ident. 1 Tai token yesterday, and did not expect that he actually did not even have a single contribution point. This priest was also too stingy. Rubbish. H. Plus you don't have any contribution towards the temple, whence the contribution points come from. A trainee who just came in also wants to enter the Tianlu Pavilion. Truly nothing more than wishful thinking. Get lost. Don't obstruct this priest here. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded out behind Yi Yuan. Turning around to look, it was a young man dressed in priest attire, his face proud, nostrils almost reaching the sky. Yi Yuan ignored him, but asked that white-haired old man, "Senior, is it allowed to use contribution points and have wager battles in the temple?" The white-haired old man nodded his head slightly and said, "It's naturally allowed, but in the temple, martial arts fighting is forbidden. Only alchemy fights are allowed." The moment that priest heard Yi Yuan's words, he immediately burst into laughter and said, "What a joke, a low-level priest apprentice who just entered. Who do you want to have a wager fight with?" Yi Yuan beamed and said, "You." The priest was taken aback, then immediately laughed loudly and said, "You want to bet with me? Ha ha ha. You don't even have contribution points. So what are you using to gamble against me?" While talking, Yi Yuan fished out a spirit fruit. The priest's expression could not help changing, and he cried out in surprise, "Crane age fruit." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lord Priest is so knowledgeable. Senior, how many contribution points do you think this crane age fruit is worth? This crane age fruit was what Yi Yuan bought in Riverluck capital city back then. The cost was extremely high. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He did not know where this kid's confidence came from, to actually dare bet with a priest. But he still nodded and said, if it's the crane age fruit, it's worth 500 contribution points. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said to the priest, Lord Priest, let's not waste time too. You offer 300 points. I'll use this crane age fruit to bet with you. How's that? The priest's eyes revealed a covetous look, looking at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool. He smiled and said, how did the temple recruit a fool? Ha ha! Since you're giving this priest a treasure, it would be rude for this priest to not accept it. Okay, this priest will bet with you. Don't say that I bully you. Bet on what? You can pick at will. A hint of slyness was revealed in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said with a smile, don't be so troublesome. Let's just compete in fire control. Compete in fire control? Ha! You really know how to pick. Give you a chance. Change to others. Although you still don't have any chances of winning, the priest said. At this time, there were people who wanted to enter the Tianlu Pavilion one after another, but were drawn over by these two. This newcomer's head is problematic, right? To actually want to find Priest Qi Feng to compete in fire control? Who doesn't know that Qi Feng is the #1 fire controller among the priests? Where did this kid's courage come from? Haha, the ignorant is fearless. Qi Feng looked at Yi Yuan with a smug face and said with a smile, Idiot, hear that? My alchemy skills are not the strongest among priests, but fire-controlling skill, no one can surpa. Me, a trash like you competing in fire control with me? Toward this kind of guy who trampled on others to posture, Yi Yuan was most annoyed by them. I didn't find you and didn't provoke you was calling trash and fool over and over again. Very fun, just nice. He did not have contribution points. It was truly someone delivering a pillow when taking a nap. Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said, Is the #1 fire controller very impressive? Qi Feng was stunned and said with a cold smile, You'll know right away how impressive it is. Yi Yuan said coolly, So much C.R. AP, come on. Yi Yuan's appearance was really asking for a beating in Qi Feng's heart. He decided to teach Yi Yuan a lesson well. Qi Feng kneaded seals with one hand, palm spitting. Countless sparks instantly surrounding Yi Yuan, akin to the starry night, drawing a wave of exclamations. Kid, have a taste of my starry sky. Let you witness what's called the #1 fire controller. Qi Feng said with a hideous grin. Yi Yuan seemed to have suffered a fright, crying out strangely and running away with a whoosh. When Qi Feng saw the situation, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, Running. If this priest lets you, an apprentice, run away, wouldn't I be laughed at by the whole temple? Qi Feng's fire-controlling technique was truly formidable. Controlling those countless sparks did not feel the slightest bit of strain. However, Yi Yuan's movements were extremely erratic and actually arrived in front of Qi Feng with a few turns. Bang! 2 sparks landed on Qi Feng's eyebrows, only to smell a burning smell transmit over. His brows were gone. Uffed! Suddenly, a wave of guffaws came over. TSK, the #1 fire controller is indeed formidable. This fire-burning brows move. I'm in admiration. Yi Yuan said with a look of marvel. Qi Feng's hands and feet were thrown into confusion, hurriedly putting away the divine fire. But his eyebrows were already gone. You cheated. Qi Feng pointed at Yi Yuan and said exasperatedly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, One must be willing to lose if they bet. So many people are watching. Could it be that you want to renege? Qi Feng's expression changed several times, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't say that I don't give you the chance. Now, I'll use my 300 contribution points to carry on betting with you. Do you dare to accept it or not?"